Alright, the time has come. Wait, no, we don't want that one. We want this one. There we go. Let's just link that up. Link scene. Full screen. Thank you very much. Alright. So we are here. It is time for Amnesia. As always, we will start the stream with quality assurance checks. Make sure you, yes you the viewer, get the optimal experience. Most notably, we have already done our alerts check beforehand during the starting student screen, but as always, once we go live, we need to make sure that our chat overlay is working properly, so that if you send a message, I can see it. So, overlay chat test, and 2 more. There we go. Everything is working properly, which means it can be time for us to get in-game. Just gonna cut our background music, because let's be real, Amnesia is an atmospheric game, and therefore, we need to have the Amnesia music. Yes. So, we don't normally do horror, but for this week of games that, well, technically we've overrun. We were supposed to do this game yesterday or Friday, but other stuff came up, you know, holidays and all that. We are going to turn the game down a little bit more. It looks like it's still a little loud. Right, so we're going to turn the game down a little bit more. Hopefully it's not too loud for us. So we were going to get to this. We are behind schedule, so we're doing it Sunday instead of skipping it entirely, because 2010 was a week of pain. So if you're new here, what we do, we have one day a week dedicated to Dungeons & Dragons Online, and then the other 2 or 3 stream days, we're working through game and history, year by year. So last week was the year 2010, and our 2 games on the list were Super Meat Boy, which was physical pain, because I'm not used to dealing with controllers, and it's a fairly, we'll say, mechanically intense game, so there's a lot of hand physical pain, and so of course, the other half of this will be Amnesia, The Dark Descent, which is primed to have the mental pain. Now, fun fact, this game knows exactly what it is. Before stream, when I was just setting up to make sure that the capture was working correctly, and all of that sort of thing, I got an achievement for, you know, I go in, I set it up so I can stream, I make sure that everything's visible, the darkness is set to the right level. I'm like, okay, good. But I don't want to actually go far in the game. I just wanted to make sure that it was getting captured correctly for stream. So it's like, good, it's captured, we'll leave. Quit game. And we got an achievement for that. The game literally has an achievement for noping out early. It's just like, well, good for us, I guess. Now, I will say this is technically, on the slimmest of margins, not my first experience with the game. I did play the demo before it got announced, and by play the demo, I mean I opened it up and noped out very, very quickly. So I don't remember anything besides that it was a game that I noped out of very quickly. So we'll see if the, 15 to 20-ish years since then have changed that. Am I less scared now than I used to be in the past? But we will find out. Obviously, we're doing this quote-unquote wrong, in that the game even recommends, it's like, play with headphones, it recommends playing in a dark room, and so on and so forth. Well, we're not using headphones, as we don't normally use headphones. And as part of the whole streaming setup, we have an abundance of light. In fact, probably too much light. It's one of the things that people need to... So many people, when they start streaming, they're like, why does my camera look so awful? It's like, well, your camera is actually fine. The problem is you are vastly underestimating how much light you need to shine into your face to make cameras show up well. So, we have lots of light, and we're not wearing headphones, but we will see how it goes. Start new game. Normal mode. And off we go. Keep an eye on the audio levels too.
Don't forget. Some things mustn't be forgotten. The shadow hunting me. I must hurry. My name is Daniel. I live in London at Mayfair. What have I done? This is crazy. Don't forget. Don't forget. I must stop him. Focus. My name is... I am Daniel.
What if I choose to pronounce it like an angel? I am Daniel. Presumably this guy is fighting with having amnesia. My question is, are we Daniel, or is Daniel like someone who's going to be like the voiceover, like we find audio logs or, you know, messages written by Daniel? Oh, that's interesting. One, the fact that it moves when I'm not moving the mouse, and everything blurs when you move. Like, the motion blur, huh, that might be problematic for non-scary reasons. Right. Mementos, press M, J for journal, M for mementos. The camera just constantly moving is unnerving. Notes. No notes available. Okay. Diaries. No diaries available. Mementos. Follow the liquid trail and find its source. Can I turn off the motion blur? Looks like no. Maybe advanced options? Let's see. Refraction, like, this is just quality stuff. Post effects, special kind of blur filter used during some sequences. Image trail, bloom, sepia. Screen space ambient occlusion, okay. Right, we'll have it fine for now. But we'll see if the blur actually, like, gives us a headache or something. Could be problematic. Presumably it's the pink stuff on the ground that we're following. We seem unsteady. Like, the height of the camera is constantly changing. Don't like that. Alright, we'll take a side trip. When grabbing an object, press right mouse button to throw it. Okay. Physics puzzles! Okay, too much blur. Can we set it on fire? Looks like it doesn't catch on fire. Tinderboxes are used to light candles or other light sources in the environment. The current number is shoved in inventory tab. We have one tinderbox. Alright. Cool. Breakable stuff. The camera work is very unsettling, and I don't mean like in a creepy way. I mean in a like a motion sickness kind of way. Well, If anything shows up, we hit it with the broom. Come here, broom. Like the camera constantly floating around and always being at like a diagonal angle. Like, I'm sure it's a deliberate stylistic choice to basically unnerve the player. Hi. Can I get control of my character back? No? Okay, alright. Give me my broom back. But I feel like it's more likely to be a motion sickness issue than a scary issue. Alright, well that goes that way. We're gonna do the dumb thing, which is exploring. Now, normally exploring is a good thing, but this is more of a horror game. Ah, well, we were rewarded. Where I believe you get less sane the more you are in the darkness. Or I think there's a mechanic like that. So we'll see if wandering around actually serves us well or not. What is this? Alright, we can't get new clothes. 1 out of 10, not playable. If there's no room for passion, beware, you are standing in darkness, your sanity will slowly drain. Turn on lights in the environment using tinderboxes or search for sources of light. I see. I thought that I might be able to, like, light some of the candles on the walls, but I can't even see if there are candles to light. So I guess we're just not going to go in there. The darkness is, in fact, very dark. Which, I mean, I guess that means I have my gamma set correctly. We did configure it as the game wanted us to be like, make sure that this box is just barely visible. And so we did. Other children cheered him on, his name voiced in a steadily rising pace, urging him to do it. Am I really doing this? The young boy thought, and struck his victim with a rock. I love getting peer pressured into murder. I thought we might be able to read this. Witnessing unsettling events will reduce sanity. It can be increased by completing puzzles and making progress. Alright, what's down here? Let's put the book in the water. That's where books belong. I don't remember all those things being on the floor. Sanity. Slight hit. Okay, we spent a little bit of time in the darkness. Not ideal. Do I count as in the dark here? Is that why... Are we losing sanity or not? The whole thing is kind of dark, so it's hard for me to tell, like, what counts as dark enough to be, like, bad for me. This doesn't bode well. Just gonna hide over here. Take the lantern down. Picked up the lantern. When filled with oil, it can be turned on by pressing F or selecting an inventory. Okay, cool. We open this. Okay. We need to, like, grab it at a certain angle so that when we move the mouse up, it actually does things. Can we read this? Any hints? Any journals that we can read? No, just books everywhere and not a thing to read. Alright. So. Okay. Can we look at how much oil we have in it? There it is. I think that's how much lamp oil we have. Yeah, there it is. Why is everything squishy sounding? Why is everything shaking? Good. Fire. Can we grab the fire? No? Okay. In a box, though. And a broom. Go. We want to turn it sideways. No. Alright. Now, we have a flaming broom to defend ourselves with. Less flaming than I'd hoped. Like grinder all over again. Oh, okay. We're locked in. You literally yanked control of the camera away from me. For that. So I guess we...
19th of August, 1839. I wish I could ask how much you remember. I don't know if there will be anything left after I consume this drink. Don't be afraid, Daniel. I can't tell you why, but know this. I choose to forget. Try to find comfort and strength in that fact. There is a purpose. You are my final effort to put things right. God willing, the name Alexander of Brandenburg still invokes bitter anger in you. If not, this will sound horrible. Go to the inner sanctum, find Alexander, and kill him. His body is old and weak, and yours, young and strong. He will be no match for you. One last thing. A shadow is following you. It's a living nightmare, breaking down reality. I have tried everything, and there is no way to fight back. You need to escape it as long as you can. Redeem us both, Daniel. Descend into the darkness where Alexander waits and murder him. Your former self, Daniel.
Alright, so my earlier question of like, wait, is Daniel us or is it the person writing the notes? The answer appears to be both. Can I grab the candle? No. Okay. It is very unclear why he would choose to forget. If there were, like, you're young and strong, you can kill him. It's just like, okay. So, if we know that we can kill him, why didn't you kill him? Why did you choose to reset your memories before trying to kill him? Fragrant taste of rose lingered in his mouth. Turkish delights, he thought. Just like the ones at the consulate in Constantinople. No, it's not Istanbul. To run, hold down left shift while moving. I don't like that at all. That's a terrible hint. That means I have a reason that I'm gonna need to run from something. Or it's just convenient. Oh.
Alexander, is it inside the castle?
In a manner of speaking. Come, bring the lamp. You've been to the refinery, have you not?
I don't believe I have. Is it connected to the What did you call it?
The inner sanctum. My most precious chamber, Daniel. And it lies well beyond the refinery. In fact, it lies beneath the very stone of Brennenburg.
Okay. That's supposed to sound menacing? It's like it's underground. Lots of stuff is underground. Okay. Huh. Some sort of organic tissue blocks the path to refinery. Can it be dissolved? Alright, we need to find something to dissolve whatever the hell that is. I don't see any sort of stamina meter, so I guess we have infinite running? Alright, let's go to video options. We're getting some screen tearing. So we'll turn on VSync. Right. I'm just gonna ignore this big line in the middle that betrays it as multiple textures. I think this was more of an indie project, if I recall correctly. I don't actually rightly recall like what the size of the studio was that did this one. Okay, what's down here? It's locked and will not open without a key. Okay, can't get to the wine cellar. So what's over this way? The laboratory. He fell to the kitchen floor. Tears were beginning to well in his eyes as he received the first kick in his stomach. Hazel remained hidden, in fear she too would be punished. I'm just gonna do one of those. So that's locked, maybe? Yeah, we'll go look at it anyway, even though I swear I heard something. Well, we've got light over here at least. I don't know what that is, but I probably don't want to know. Also. Okay. Can I not fuel it more? I need to drag it more precisely, I guess.
There's nothing left. Everything is gone.
What do you mean everything is gone? So, we have an interesting,
There should be more Cooperite. Let me see. And one part Aquafortis.
Aquafortis, like sulfuric acid? Or is that Aqua Regia? Aquafortis should be like strong water. But yeah, I was about to say, it's an interesting resource management conundrum. It's like you can use the tinderboxes to light environmental light sources, or you can use your lantern, and one uses oil and one uses tinderboxes. My early alchemy experience. This is my third attempt to produce artificial vitae. The former compounds lack the potency I need, but I sense I'm close. Calamine and orpiment are given, and the cuprite binds them well. This time I will attempt Aqua Regia instead of Aqua Fortis, and hope it will produce a more even solution. The experiment was unsuccessful. The solution is highly acid and proves impractical to put in any use except as a detergent. Organic tissue reacts especially violently to the solution and should be handled with the greatest care. I might be able to use the recipe, but I'm losing hope that I will find an alchemic solution to my predicament. Right, we have a chemistry pot. Go a chair. Oh, what? One day I will return. If it wasn't for the thought of you, my love, I wouldn't be able to go on. When I find myself doing terrible things, I take comfort in you. Maybe don't? As long as I'm able to think of you and long for a life together, I know I'm better than the others. I weep for them. They lust for power without restraint, while I only crave fair judgment and a safe return. Also, it is a strong choice on the part of the game designers to have a game that is very, very dark, and then put this as a white screen with black text. Move the left stick while holding the mouse. Okay, so I thought we might be able to grab this, but apparently it's just a history text thing. Ooh, tinderbox. They seem like they're giving them a lot of them, but maybe that's just because it's very early on. Alright, game, one of these is probably the thing I need, right? Okay. We got books. We have more oil. Okay, good. Good. We like oil. The lack of a chimney to properly vent the fumes from my most recent experiments has taken its toll on many of my less stable ingredients in storage. Some seem unaffected, but many are stained by the fumes and will be difficult to salvage. I should do what I can and move them to the wine cellar. Alright. Evidence in the laboratory has revealed that combining 4 chemicals can create a powerful acid. We found the key to the wine cellar. Wait, where did we find the key to the wine cellar? I didn't even notice that I picked that up. Fair enough. Let's not look at that then. In fact, let's run away from it. Suffice to say, we have the key to the wine cellar, and we know that the wine cellar has the ingredients that we're looking for. Hopefully. Traveling to Dover meant going through Canterbury. He made sure to pay a visit to avoid the sense of guilt connected with neglect of family. Alright. How about we ignore that voice entirely and go to the wine cellar? Oh, find the key for the wine cellar, not I found the key to the wine cellar. So I was correct. We hadn't found it yet. I guess we go upstairs. We pull the boards off. Lots of collapsed stuff everywhere. We don't have any hints as to where the key to the wine cellar is. Just that... yeah, the door slammed shut behind him, and he knew he would never again something something. Libri Rari. Rare books. Oh, thank you for translating. I don't know what the little slug things are supposed to be. so it is control to crouch. Oh, and it's a toggle. Alright. Oh, there's the thing on the table.
16th of May, 1839. The unflinching African sun has continued to plague our expedition, making it impossible to dig until dusk. How Professor Herbert managed to find the location in these vast plains of nothingness remains a mystery to me. When I asked him about the tomb again, he told me about the legend of Tin Hanan, the mother of us all. An interesting story in its own right, but I can't help feeling there's more. Later that evening, we uncovered a passage beneath the dunes leading to a sand-covered stone structure. The professor was confident it was the tomb we sought and ordered the others to clear the way late into the dark, cold night. Tomorrow, I shall lead the men into the ancient structure, hoping to reach the burial chamber. No matter what the professor is keeping from me, the dig should yield something interesting to take back to London and the British Museum.
Or you could leave the artifacts with the culture that buried them there. Why are you taking them with you back to your place? That's not yours, you know. Didn't anyone ever tell you not to take things that aren't yours? No. No. Tinderbox. We are net zero on tinderboxes in this room because we used one and we gained one. What? No styrene mementos. Okay. Okay. That looks so well lit over there that it's tempting to just go straight there, but I think we're gonna try to explore around first. See what we can see. Hello, Haste and Go. Welcome in. We are trying to not go insane. It's going okay so far. But we have only barely begun.
17th of May, 1839.
Looks so cool.
My
Yeah.
hands tremble as
It's supposed
I
to be
write.
quite good.
I feel a need to document my tribulation, for I fear that my memory will fail me if I linger. Today, I took some men and ventured into the dark, ancient passage we uncovered. Our torches burned faintly in the murky air as we slowly made our way underground. The men were superstitious and fearful. They argued loudly, and I felt their strange language getting to me. I mustered my strength and yelled at them to continue down the slopes and broken steps. The crudely carved passage confused me. It looked much older than the 4th century structure we had expected. The twisting path emerged into a great antechamber. The walls were lined with statues unlike any I'd ever seen.
Very...
Despite their unearthly quality, I felt a strange familiarity toward them, which haunts me still. At the far end of the chamber, a great slab of stone sealed off whatever lay ahead. I gave the order to raise it, and as I pushed through the narrow space, the heavy stone suddenly dropped, sealing me inside. I was trapped.
So yeah, it has a very Lovecraftian sort of styling to it. It's just like, this place was much older than we thought it was, and it's unknown and yet also familiar. These are like hallmarks of a Lovecraftian style, which are great. Also, we have the traditional, just generic racism of the British, which is just like their strange language unnerved me. It's just like Ah, yes, these brutes. These uncouth individuals. They're so odd and backwards. Alright, the camera effects are certainly something, I gotta say. Like, all of the... And the thing is, it's used to communicate stuff in-game, because I'm pretty sure the wavy effect is when it's too dark and you're losing sanity. Local history. Study. Old tomes. More power to you for getting through this game? Well, I have a little bit of a story about that. For you, too spooky, and that's the point? Yeah, so... now that I'm in it, I think I saw this section played by another streamer years ago. And... my first memory of this game is I actually played the demo before it came out. And by played the demo, I mean I got a few minutes in and then just, like, bailed. And it was just like, so, in theory, it's not my first time, but for all practical purposes, it is. Because I definitely don't remember anything from what I did, I don't know, 16 years ago when it first came out. And yes, all is well. Thank you for asking, Foxhole Research. Now, the other funny fact about the making it through it is during setup for stream, because normally, because I'm changing games all the time, I have to change my stream settings every time, because I need to, like, set it up, make sure it's capturing the right window, make sure it's capturing the audio correctly, like, all that sort of just technical work to get the stream to function properly. And I was like, so I go in, I click start game, I set up the gamma and all of that, and I load in, it starts doing the dialogue, and I'm like, well, because the whole point is that I'm playing it for the first time, or at least as first as I can, I'll just close it here. I got my setup done, it's capturing right, I've got audio, I've got video, we're good to go for stream. So I bail, like, immediately. I just, like, alright, escape, exit game, close without saving, you know, it's fine. And I got an achievement for that. The game literally has an achievement. I believe the achievement title is just like, nope. Which is, you get for... And the subscript is something like, left when things just started getting interesting. So there's an achievement. I don't know how fast you need to bail in order to get it. But I did. That's all you have in this game. So you also have that achievement. Hey, well, there we go. Achievement hunting successful. Okay. Now we're running in circles. We go back here. We took a left to go there to the study. Full disclosure, what do you fear about speed games? Is them not being spooky anymore. You mean it's all in the anticipation? Do you mean this is a fear for yourself that you will grow numb to being able to feel? Or is this a... It's all the anticipation. It's just like, things are fine for now, but it's stress, and I hope nothing happens, and I hope nothing happens. It's the balancing of powering through, not removing the ability to be scared by them. Ah, yes. So you're afraid that to be jaded. Well, that is not a particular fear of mine, though it might be an actuality of mine. Now, I will say, on the other hand, I am not, quote-unquote, doing it right. Because the game full-on recommends, like, you should play this with headphones on, you should play it with the lights out, and so on and so forth. And part of the nature of streaming... Can I play the piano? Or the chair? I cannot. Part of the nature of streaming, in order for cameras to pick you up well, is you need way more light than you would expect. So we have a lot of light and we don't have headphones on. So we are not getting, let's say, the full experience. But actually, now that you mentioned that, that is something kind of funny to me, because in many respects, I am, we'll say, more sensitive than I used to be. Like, more emotional in general. as far as like what stuff in movies I find moving and things of that nature. But in this case, like as far as scary stuff goes, I am less bothered by it than I used to be, which is an interesting dichotomy that in some ways I've gotten much more emotional and I felt a lot more, which I consider a good thing. I know that there is a lot of societal expectations sometimes like, you are a man, you are not allowed to have feelings. Unfortunately, I grew up that way, and you know, living a life without having feelings kind of sucks. You're like just numb all the time. Like, that's not really living a life, that's just existing. So I'm glad that I feel more than I used to. But it does mean that some things are more vulnerable. You never understood how streamers play not in a pitch black room other than being ugly and not wanting to face into anyone. You enjoy games in the pitch black? Interesting. So for me, that has always been a recipe for eye strain. So even when stream is off, like I don't have all of these lights on. I'll have like a little side lamp on just for ambient light. The anime monster really drives home the point of no emotional response to the extreme. I think I saw the first episode of that in like a college anime club. It's the one that starts with, what's his name? Dr. Tenma, and he chooses to save the kid instead of the rich guy. And I think, if I recall, through cultural osmosis, the kid actually ends up being the villain, like, who has no emotional response. Spot on? Yeah, alright. It's a good slow burn. Oh, we have clicked the wrong thing.
17th May, 1839.
Cinematic time.
After pounding the unforgiving stone wall for what seemed like an eternity, I realized it was hopeless. I was trapped. I fell to the ground, gasping for air, trying to focus. That's when I saw a faint blue shimmer. My weakened body was heavy to carry, but I managed to push myself toward the enchanting light.
Ooh. No. Feel free to clean the boots. Oh, we have control again. We rush toward the light. No. Let's see, this is very similar to, there is specifically a Lovecraft story very similar to this.
Enclosed in dark nothingness, I felt myself drawn to the mystic light. I reached out, closing it in my hands. The faint glow escaped my fingers and began to spark brightly and spirit me away, unlocking alien memories of spiraling towers, endless deserts, and impossible geometry.
Impossible geometry is a classic Lovecraftian line.
The grating sound of stone being lifted, the voices of the Arabs pulling me to safety, and grasped firmly in my hands was the broken pieces of a most peculiar relic.
This is a great game to listen to and listen to others play, so thanks for that. Yes. Actually, I'm gonna do a little experiment here. So I mentioned about, like, you need a lot of light for cameras to work well. So you can see, how my hand is moving, and then, you can actually see the movement. What should happen is if I drop the light, it's gonna have a hard time picking up movement. Like, you'll get a lot of tearing and, blurring. So I'm gonna drop the direct lights, and you can see the difference. Alright, so this is, normal room lighting. I have 2 lamps up on the sides here. Just standing lamps for ambient lighting. And you can see that I look pretty dark now. And all I did was turn off the lights that are pointing to me, but the room is still fairly bright. You can see that it's still picking up okay, but there's a little bit more blurring. But if we drop the light even further, now we have the problem. And this is why we don't stream the games with the lights off, as horror games are supposed to be played, because it makes it very difficult to see me. You can still see my hand. Actually, that's doing better than I thought. Maybe it's the dog camera that had the bigger problems. But yes, it is trickier. What's more impressive is the vertical layout. It's still managing to pick me out from the background, although not very well. So we're going to kick these lights back on, because this is a You can see me, just spookier? Yes, it is significantly spookier. But, maybe, in the interests of spookiness, we can cut some of the lights. We'll just leave, instead of the normal 4 lights, there are 4 lights! We can cut it down to 1. It gives us this interesting side lighting effect with a harsh shadow across one side. We got red light, or I have black lights, but the black lights make everything look pink. Like if I turn one of those on, this is with black lights on. Very, very pink. Exceptionally pink. Like you can see, it's very pink. Oh, that's like UV. You can go medical or that. That's what black light is. Black lights are ultraviolet lights. That's how it works. That's how it does the thing. But yeah, I will turn it off because even with the normal lights, so it's because I did a bit of an art thing. I would need to actually set it up properly if I were going to do it, because I did a bit of an art thing with I've got UV active rope, and I actually, while doing it, where did I put those? I think I put them away somewhere. But because I have 2 of those sets of black lights, and they're very, very strong for the size of the room, like there's a rating you do to be like, you should have this many watts for this much space that you're trying to cover. Because they're very strong for the size of the room, it hurts your eyes to look into it because it's UV light. It's like looking at the sun. Actually, and oh wait, do I have that filter available? I don't want to go too much into it. Ghetto background, we just had a light bulb painted dark purple. Yeah, that is good for ambient lighting, but it's not going to activate black light active stuff. But yeah, so among other things, one, I put on swim goggles that had sun protection, standard UV goggles for swimming, so that I could look into the lights and it wouldn't hurt me. And 2, let's switch to this. We applied oh. Okay, never mind then. I was gonna say I applied a filter, but it looks like I didn't have that scene set up properly. Actually, no, it might have had it set up properly. It's just that what I did was, because I only wanted the UV active stuff to show up, I applied color grading to it, so that what happened is, what you saw when I had it turned on, you could still see my backdrop and everything. It just looked purple. So what I did was, I went into DaVinci Resolve, I went into color grading, I set the color grading to filter out the purple color, so that you couldn't see anything. If you were standing in the room, you'd be able to see everything fine, everything just looks purple. but for capturing it in camera, I had it filtering out the purple color of the light, so you would only see the stuff that was actually luminescing, which was fun. But yes, a quick, got some grape Kool-Aid and a paintbrush. I mean, oh, what was that commercial? Was that like a Sunny D commercial? The whole, it's just like, do you want some of the purple stuff? And they're like, no. And it's just like, I don't know, the purple stuff is pretty good. Like, although you should be calling it by its government name of purple drink. Alright, so I guess we go this way? Let's do here. Floor plans. Okay. Also, I don't think we can break through that wall there. Oh. Flashing back again.
The castle is old and hasn't been tended to for centuries. When the shadow arrives, it won't take long until things start falling apart.
We're just buying time anyway. Let's do what we can.
There isn't much to be done about the walls. We should reinforce weak structures. The ground will tremble and there's a risk everything will cave in on us, especially downstairs. Here, and there. Let's get the servants working on it.
So they brought the shadow here deliberately, or at least they anticipated its arrival. So even if they didn't bring it here deliberately, it was we know that what we're doing is going to cause it to appear. Even if it wasn't the main goal, it's a consequence of what we're doing. East Wing. Western Hall. Alright, so we're still looking for the key to the wine cellar, yes? Oh. The box. Fragile but not breakable by hand. Ha! Oh! You know, I didn't actually expect that to work. I thought that meant I needed to be stronger, not, I can just throw random whatever at it. But hey, it worked out.
You have to be swift when you activate the first one. You hear that? If it stops, you'll have to start over.
Isn't all this a bit excessive?
You can never be too careful, Daniel.
I love that they're, like, justifying the puzzles. Like, no, this was set up deliberately to be a pain in the ass to get through as, like, a security measure. A draft and a faint light are coming from behind the shelf. There must be a way in. Undoubtedly. This looks suspicious. Ha! Ha! Break the glass. Alright, can I throw it at it? Okay. We have to throw it. Alright. Alstadt and Brennenburg Castle, 1801. Another region rich with lore is Alstadt, deep within the East Prussian woods. For centuries, there have been stories surrounding the hamlet and its neighbor, Castle Brennenburg. Quiet forest mountains dressed with scattered lakes is as picturesque as can be. albeit the area is haunted by the dark. Ask any local and you will hear proof of the widespread superstition. All travelers should indulge themselves in such conversations, since it will certainly serve as exciting entertainment. All of them have their own twists on the tales. There are some motifs that keep reappearing. Hello, Mama Might Make It. Welcome in. Oh, wait. I wanted to read the rest of that. This story reaches all the way back to the time of the 30 Years' War. It is said that soldiers who abandoned their duty got lost in the dark, cold woods and were damned to roam the grounds. Their bodies, wrought by their tainted souls, have left them disfigured and empty of essence. Many have cited them over the years and described them as horrid revenants. They move silently through the woods, shying away from any beholder. They are called gatherers, as they seem to follow some ambition to steal living creatures. It is their prey which can be heard struggling inside damp burlap sacks dragged behind them, which reveal their presence. What dark scheme do they follow? A visit undone. Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, the well-known erudite, visited Alstadt at the start of the 16th century. He resided in the local inn for a fortnight as he looked for remnants of kingdoms past. During his stay, all the prominent members of society paid notice, and he is mentioned in many records of the time. One day he went to investigate a burrow in the northwestern glades, only to never be seen again. Heinrich is known to have passed away in Grenoble some 10 years later. He dismissed the notion of ever visiting Alstadt, which makes you wonder what really happened. Who was this mysterious man who visited the sleepy hamlet in the woods, and what happened to him? The Baron of Brennenburg lives a reclusive life with his family at a castle nearby Alstadt, and like most those of noble birth, rumors are inherited alongside with the title. Researching the history reveals little before the castle was consumed by fire in the late 16th century. It was rebuilt by Alexander, a nobleman from the Rhinelands, claiming the role of protector of the Prussian state. Alexander helped the region to flourish and remained popular throughout his presumed lifetime. The family has always been secretive when it comes to lineage and heritage, therefore the birth and death of Alexander and his offspring has never been fully recorded. This has fed the idea that the Baron is in fact the one and the same who came from the west over 300 years ago, lived through the time of occupation, and joined the coveted Order of the Black Eagle along with the great leaders of this country. Alright, but that does bring us to the end of the first hour of stream. So, we will take our normal 3-ish minute health and wellness break where we get to stand up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack. I hope you will all join me in taking good care of yourselves as well. And then when we get back, we will do more Amnesia, and we'll see if it gets creepier, because the shadow has not shown up yet, and we haven't had to run away from anything. It's just been creepy ambiance so far, but no panic, no urgency. So we'll see if we can get some panic and urgency here in a second, and I'll see you in 3 minutes. Alright, we have returned. So, how are we looking? Better. Okay. So, I have found a different light source. In keeping with our lovely setting, we have switched to candlelight as much as we can to avoid, except for, of course, for the light coming from the monitors. So hopefully we have a little bit better ambiance now. Hopefully it works out well. Okay. So we know that we need to pull some books. But we've only seen one of them so far. Looks good? Excellent. Okay, so I guess there are 3. Won't open, it's locked. Looks good, okay. Oh, we got it. Okay. Excellent. We're safe. Everything is good. Alright, we'll come out of the closet a bit. Wine sour key. Aha! We're safe. Now, we can't get to the wine cellar from here, but we are at least safely in a box. Which is, of course, how we're going to end up if the shadow catches us, although that's a different kind of box, and it tends to get buried 6 feet under. Nothing. Nothing. Note. Regarding closing of the wine cellar, Wilhelm and his fools have endangered my research long enough with their absent-minded handling of the human vessels. Excuse me? Human vessels? That's not what we want. That's not how we like referring to people. The sheriff is keeping a watchful eye on the forest and is killing my trusty servants. It's just a matter of time until they follow the trail to Brennenburg. I need to lock Wilhelm and his men up to avoid further investigation from the public. The wine cellar will therefore be sealed off until the matter has been handled. Either the king's men leave, or they starve. Whatever comes first, they can rot for all I care. Maybe I'll feed them some wine. It would, in a sense, solve both of my problems. Excuse me. Alright, so someone is going to lock Wilhelm and others in the wine cellar without food, and they can just live off the wine. Okay. Alright, protective book. Alright, we have a weapon. If anything shows up, we can throw the ink at it. Oh, look! This door that was locked has now opened. I don't like what that is. I still don't like what that is. But that is the way that I have to go. So... fuck me, I guess. Maybe we can go around a different way. Oh, we're back to... here's where the study is. Okay. Alright, cool. We go through the study. Alright. Study doesn't open anymore. Well, I guess this is the way we're going then. You know, maybe we could jump out this window. We're only a couple stories up. I'm sure we'll be fine. Don't like that. Wait, is that the rare books sign? Okay, so we're good to go to leave this area, actually. Back to the entrance hall. Now down to the wine cellar. The sand gave way to his tired body as he fell from the camel's back. He felt the wind gently sweep across his face and his dry, crusted lip. Creepy noise. Yeah, I think we can expect a lot of creepy noises coming up here. Ow, son of a bitch. Okay. Alright, well, we can't get past that. Okay. And we're running. Things are getting worse. We're now seeing things. There might be stuff hunting us soon. But we're at least going to go into the wine cellar. Use the key on the door to unlock it. How? Oh, there we go. Double click. It was done, the men said. The tomb had been revealed. Tinhainen awaits, grinned the toothless foreman. Standing in darkness, your sanity was slowly drained. Turn on lights in the environment using tinderboxes. We're going to try to stay sane.
Where did the Baron go?
Who cares? He left us enough wine to last us a lifetime. Or at least until tomorrow.
Alright, so that's not moving. Alright, if an enemy is near, be sure to turn off a light. Cool. Cool. So we go insane. Oh, what's this? Alright, we're hiding. We're hiding in the darkness. We're going insane because we're in the darkness. Head is pounding, hands are shaking. Health is all good, though. Okay, so once again, we're forced to have a trade-off. Your sanity is dangerously low. Well, I was just told that I need to hide from people in the dark. So I hid in the dark, and now my sanity is low. So, I don't know what you want from me. Apparently, staying in the light too much makes us vulnerable to other stuff getting us. We can't stand in the light, and we can't stand in the darkness. So we're just kind of screwed either way, which I understand is kind of the point of the game. The point of the game is to give you limited resources so that you're suffering, and we are suffering. Alright. I'm trying to get... Like, the tinder boxes are nice and all, but... We're looking for ingredients. And not finding ingredients.
This shouldn't be.
Like, we need 4 things, and we've found 2, I think? Evidence in the laboratory has revealed that combining 4 chemicals can create a powerful acid. Alright, we have 2. We have laudanum and orpiment. And a chemistry pot. Right, this is where we came in, right? Yeah, because that's where stuff fell down from above. Okay. Wine. Like that noise. There's the Cooperite. And the door closed behind us. That's just great. It's exactly what I wanted. No. Light candle. It's okay, we'll barricade ourselves in here. It went well for those other dudes, right? They were like, oh, there's all wine. We've got all this wine. It'll be great. It'll be fine. Can I grab a saw blade to throw at him? No? How about a hammer? No. So we have 3 out of the 4 things. So I think we need Aqua Regia now? How are we doing on lamp oil? We've got a decent amount of lamp oil. That doesn't bode well, but... that could be us. Welcome in, Amnesia King. Thank you for the follow. Although, in this particular game, we don't want anything to be finding us. Sahuagin or otherwise. That is not much light for using a... tinderbox. Guess I should have known better. It's just a single candle. And even I have 4 candles lighting me up. And a computer monitor.
What's happening? Oh, it feels like my chest is going to burst. Oh.
My God! Wilhelm, do something!
Come on, Wilhelm. Scream.
We're not getting out of here.
How can you say that? Alexander, you piece of shit! Let us out of here!
Oh, that's... oh, it's a tinderbox. So there's that at least. So is the wine poisoned, or what's going on here? Alright, we're just gonna walk through the filth here, I guess. There's a lamp, or there's a torch we can light. There's not blood everywhere, which is not ideal. Alright, Wilhelm's last words. The only voice acting in the game that you weren't a fan of? Oh, the one dude there who's just like, "You piece of shit, let us out of there." Alright. So Wilhelm's last words were, "Ah!" That was too high-pitched. I cannot accurately reproduce the Wilhelm scream. Unfortunate. Right. If you're not familiar with the term of the Wilhelm scream, or this is Wilhelm, not Wilhelm, but it's a stock scream it's been reused so many times it's basically a meme in movie making. So pretty much any action movie will have at least one Wilhelm scream of it in it, like of some bad guy who gets shot and like falls over a railing. It's very distinctive. Bad acting. The rest of the game is gorgeous. You have like 138 hours, you think. That's a lot of hours. I didn't know that this game had a lot of replayability. I thought it was mostly an experiential game with like there's a plot to it, but that like once you had played through it, I didn't know it had a lot of replay value. That's good to know. So let's see. My name is Wilhelm, House of Garrick. These are my final words, my confession and testament. 2 years ago, I was summoned to the Castle Brennenburg. As most of the aristocracy, I was curious about what this supposed knight of the order could want from me and accepted the invitation. The Baron was friendly and offered me a proposition. It dawned on me that the nature of the contract was sordid and that the reason I was chosen was because of the follies of my past and not the honors I've been rewarded with during my time as a soldier. I was to kidnap wealthy humans upon his slightest whim and do so without asking questions. In return, he would attest to my character at the royal court, advancing my position within noble society. I would like to claim that I struggled with my decision, but it came swiftly and I accepted wholeheartedly. 257 hours. You underestimated. Yeah, that's a lot of hours. Ever since the day I've brought men, women, and children to Brennenburg. I can't remember the numbers, but there were many, perhaps even 100, none of whom were ever seen or heard from again. It gives custom stories. Ah, I didn't know that it had like a level builder sort of thing. Tonight, the Baron invited me and my men down to the wine cellar to celebrate our work. I had my suspicions as we descended the stairs, but he insisted and joined us in a toast. The wine tasted fine, and my men drank without restraint. So begins the punishment for our sins. The Baron has locked us up and returned upstairs. Forgive me for what I have done. I was weak and fell into his diabolic ways. My men are screaming. Their skin has been pierced by their own tangled bones. I feel my insides revolt against their God-given nature. Blood has begun to pour from my eyes, and I can no longer... Might I post a link? Can post where to find them? I would need to find the right thing to unban links. Right now, all links are going to get you timed out, except for links to the DDO wiki and links to clips of my own channel. Those are the only two things I have whitelisted. So, thank you for the offer, but I need to like uncover this monitor. Like, most of this monitor is actually covered by a sheet to reduce the amount of light on me at the moment. Because, you see, it makes a difference. I will say, though, that your screen name is quite apropos. Oh, you're immersed in it. We didn't start the stream that way. It was like... And then we like ended up talking about things, and it's just like, you know, I prefer to have the light on because the cameras don't pick up too well, and then I turned some lights off, and it's like, the camera was actually still picking up pretty well. It's just like, huh. Well, I'm gonna grab some candles for that bottom-up light, which is, you know, a good look, in theory. The lit from below is a classic horror sort of vibe. The old, like, telling stories around the campfire, holding a flashlight under your face sort of thing. But, yeah, alright, so we have the 4 ingredients. Alright, can we just combine them? Like, right now? Chemicals must be prepared using the appropriate apparatus. Alright, so did we need... What was the thing? Alright, so I know that these three are it. Is the laudanum one of the ingredients? Or is the laudanum a healing item? No, not the diaries. Alright, calamine, orpiment, cuprite. Right, it's not the laudanum. We still need to find the fourth ingredient. I don't know where that might be. Got all the ones in here. So far they've all been on shelves, so we can make sure to look at all the shelves. Now we have flies. A barrel contains a few drops of oil. Right. Tinderbox. A plane. You got my last ingredient in here anywhere? You do. It's calamine. Oh. Well, that was bait. Amnesia, no spoil this? Yes. Alright. Well, we're not doing very well on our sanity. Or our health, for that matter. Okay. So they put the oil in here to make sure that we don't have at least some oil when the ceiling falls on us. Alright, so now we are trapped in this room. We need to find a way out. Alright, let us not fall into the gamers don't look up problem. There's like storage up there, but I don't see a way out up there. Anyway, I can... hold down left... while moving. Right. Okay. Not good enough. Alright, we're gonna do this so we don't burn through all of our oil, although it's still pretty dark in here. This wall looks promising, but look around a little bit more. Oh, we can actually just clear this stuff out of the way? Creepy vibes? What is this? This is Amnesia, The Dark Descent. It's actually the first in a series because the first one did so well. So it came out in 2010. And we are adding to the creepy vibes in that we are lit by candlelight. Because why wouldn't we be? So it's one of those games that, you know, there's a variety of things in the survival horror genre, you know, your Resident Evils and whatnot. But the trick to this one is that it's very much on the survival side in that you don't have weapons to fight back. This is a run and hide sort of situation. Yeah, 16 years old and still a banger. I could say something about myself in high school, but I think that's probably inappropriate. And it has to be about myself. I'm certainly not going to sit here at my age talking about how people who are currently 16 are bangers. Right, come on, you. Move out of the way. Yank that. This is interesting. You dig it so far? Yeah. So, I don't know exactly how many sequels came out, but also Amnesia King here, who has played it extensively, has clued me into the fact that you can... There are also, like, custom maps for it. You don't get weapons? Nah. Nah, you get the ability to have light sources so you don't go insane in the darkness. That is the extent of what you get. You get to run away and try to not die. I'm guessing the appropriate apparatus is here in the chemistry lab. Ow! Son of a bitch. In the laboratory. You got the entire Amnesia franchise. How many games is it even? Because, like, there's Amnesia The Dark Descent, there's, like, Amnesia Memories, which is funny. After enduring 3 days in Algiers, a sailboat was finally arranged and something. Alt F4 is the only weapon here. That is true. Although it does autosave your progress, so even that might not save you. Alright, is this the apparatus? 4 different... Alright. Do you mind? I'm trying to do science here. Alright, I'll get more light. Stop making the crunchy noises at me. Here, even more light. The crunchy, scratchy noises are us losing sanity because we're in the darkness. Alright, so Amnesia The Dark Descent, A Machine for Pigs, Rebirth, The Bunker, and custom stories that involve further lore. I think Soma is in the same universe. Ah, of course. And I think that we need... There we go. Need to turn on the burners first. Alright, left. Okay. Got it. We also own their first ever game they released in the Penumbra series. Pot of Acid. So, Penumbra... I've heard of the name as far as games are concerned. But it also just makes me think of, oh, well, fuck me. We don't have stairs anymore. That's unfortunate. But Penumbra puts me in mind of Werewolf the Apocalypse. Alright, is this a platforming challenge, or is it a different puzzle solving? We'll use another tinderbox. Presumably they wouldn't collapse the stairs just to give me a platforming challenge. But we'll try it a couple times just to make sure. Or maybe... Can I grab something to stand on? Hint, you can use objects to recharge to get places. You know, that would have been an excellent hint if I hadn't already figured it out before you told it to me. So it's like, thank you for the hint after I solved the puzzle. Oh, by Frictional Games. Aha. The cloth smelled of desert and damp musk. The pieces lay scrambled on top. Too many of them to count. We're good for another half hour. Number dropped in 2007. I'm too used to saying 20-something. Ow, son of a bitch! Alright, let's get out of here. Ow. How's our health doing? A few cuts and bruises. Alright, sure. Remove the shadow's residue from the entrance hall in Amnesia. Alright, so this is apparently the shadow's residue. Good to know. It became impossible to avoid. The commotion in the streets begged for his attention. As he opened the shutters, the French soldiers opened fire on the two young men fighting back. Their voices were silenced in a haze of gunsmoke. Overture, Black Plague, and Requiem. Alright, so there's been a lot going on. Oh, and it's bright again.
It sure is dark in here.
Yes, and there's a good reason for it. But you can light the lamp now if you wish.
What's the reason? For the darkness, that is.
Stay close. Be careful not to stray.
What's the reason? Why is it so dark?
Pay attention, Daniel. It's important that you keep going straight and make sure not to stray.
Oh, okay, so we got sanity cured up a bunch by solving that puzzle and making progress. And they're working on a new game too, you said? Alright, we crouch in the darkness. We crouch in the light. Okay, so no mementos available. Okay, so we have completed our quest. Our quest was to get here, where we are right now. And what are we going to do now that we're here? We don't know. So there's a door over there. And a door over there, and a door over there. Alright, we go this way first. Lamp, oil. Tinderbox. Plane. Of course it has to fly, it's a plane.
June 1839. It's been more than a month since my last entry. After the event inside the underground chamber in Algeria, Professor Herbert insisted I return to England. He said he didn't want to risk forfeiting the entire expedition lest I took a turn for the worse. An excessive decision, in retrospect. But I'm glad it turned out that way. I found my journal this morning in the haphazard collection of things brought home from Africa. Next to it lay the broken stone orb wrapped in cloth. I tried to assemble it, but couldn't. The pieces wouldn't fit together, as if they weren't from the same object. Could I have imagined it all? Was there ever a complete orb?
Oh no, there was a complete orb, but don't like that. There was a complete orb, but you know, alien geometries, you can't comprehend what an orb is actually shaped like. But okay, so the next game, Ontos, it drops next year. Neat. There we go. Alright, do we still have a quest? No. Still no quest. Oh wait, we can lean. Q and E are lean. Neat. Blocked from the other side. Cool. Right, so this is where we came in. So now we go to the other side.
June 1839. I feel the need to continue this journal, even though it was intended for my journey to Africa. This must be something very important. I just know it. I've taken it upon myself to piece the orb back together, but it's been more difficult than one might think. The pieces are behaving strangely. They seem to change color, shape, and texture, but ever so slightly.
Again,
Yesterday,
alien
I
geometries.
took careful measurements and notated any significant markings. Today, I confirmed my suspicions. They were changing. I was terrified and rushed off to see the finest geologist in London, Sir William Smith. I approached the subject with care, and we discussed how rocks change form. He told me about the nature of glass, how it eventually collapses on itself, like ice slowly melting over the course of centuries. Smith eased my mind a bit, but I can't escape the feeling that these shards have otherworldly properties.
So, fun fact, this is a bit of an urban legend sort of thing. So there is a thing that, if you were smart, you learned that glass is actually a fluid. It just, melts very slowly. And as evidence for this, you'd see pictures of all these old windows where the glass was, thicker towards the bottom. As, the glass actually just slowly, melts over time, years and years of time. Turns out that is not the case. Turns out that is actually an artifact of how glass used to be made. So nowadays, when they make glass, they make it in sheets. They just have the molten glass, it flows out onto the bed of molten other stuff, I forget what it is, and it settles and it levels and you get nice even glass. A while back, glass was spun. So it would be made in discs, and they'd use centrifugal force to spread the molten glass out, which ended up with slightly wider toward the edges and thinner in the middle. And you can find this because they also went and found the old buildings where the thick part was on top, as opposed to on bottom. Your dog ate your food. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm sure that they needed it, though. Dogs are constantly starving, if you listen to them, at least. Oh, look. Oh, it's too dark. Gonna go insane. We were just in here, weren't we? Okay. So we still don't know what we're doing, besides probably something to do with this orb. Oh wait, is that a tinderbox? Aha! Any other hidden tinderboxes? Okay, alright. I bet this is open now? Nope, still blocked from the other side. Okay, so we came in this way. Came in here, we looked around, we found a note. We walked in here, we looked around. We walked in here. That's the door that is blocked. Ow! Alright, I shouldn't step on those. Understood. Got it. Thank you. And then we come in here, and there's nothing else to see here. We backtrack then? We found the two notes. Let me guess. I'm gonna try to leave, and something's gonna collapse, and the door and the way will be blocked. All right. So we are stuck in here. We just need to find the way forward. It probably involves moving stuff out of the way. I don't know what the stuff is that I need to move out of the way, or where it is. but we're gonna look. We're burning a lot of oil, though. I say as we run out of oil. We only have 4 tinder boxes left, too. Ooh. I can see something, see a bit of light through here. But we don't get the hand icon to try to move these, so. You can double-click oil also. Excellent. Thank you. Good to know. Anything here? No. Okay. Can't move these. So I can see the way forward, but I don't know how to convince it to open. Aha! I don't. Great success. I've had quite enough of your spooky, scary noises here. I'm going to move this slightly. There's a bit of information I wanted to see. Okay. So we have more oil, which is good. Can I open this? That's not. Ha! Okay. Oh, what is this contraption? Okay, so that appears to be a trap door with a rope attached to it. So we need to activate a winch or something? I don't know, I think I might waste that oil if I just try to click on it now. Well, this is the door that was blocked. Something is clogging the crank and pulley contraption. Let's see what it is. I'm gonna light this. In clear defiance of the fact that we have only like 3 tinder boxes left. Alright, we have 5 tinder boxes left. So many things to go around. Oh, wait, I see it. There's a stick. Can't get a firm grip on it from here. Alright. It won't let me move the big crates, which is annoying, but, you know, we'll stack up some smaller crates. It'll be fine. Alright. Just grab a bunch of crates, throw them over that way, in that general direction. Come on, you. Thank you. Onto the pile. Alright, I threw it over the pile. It's fine. This is fine. Got you. Alright. Excellent. Is that open enough for me to get through? guess I don't know if we can backtrack to here, so... Alright, didn't refill it with much oil, but down we go. We're gonna take damage from this, aren't we? Yep, as expected. Why the graininess? They're doing a lot with camera effects. We don't want to step on the red. Red is bad. Alright, archives. Cool. He crashed through the surface. The dark Atlantic water smothered him as he struggled to make sense of the situation. See, now I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious because things are going too well. And I say that because we've been dropped into a hallway that is well lit. It's like, what do you mean the hallway is well lit? That's not how this is supposed to go. It's supposed to be dark all the time. Oh. Ask and you shall receive, apparently. And we're back. I shouldn't have said anything. I said it's well lit, and now it isn't. And there's water. Hi. Does it not see me as long as I'm not in the water? Well, that's... Is this a platforming section? Like, do I need to land only on the stuff not in the water, or it just, like, straight up kills me? Oh. Right. Well, this part is worse than the others. I kind of want to see what's in there, but I think if I go that way, I just die. That said, the game said, don't worry about it. We'll handle all of the saving for you, so maybe it's time for our first death, eh? Water monster gonna get you? Ah, I see. Oh, I did have to come in here, probably. I see a lever on the wall. I'm also looking for, like, tinder boxes, since I'm short on them. I almost thought that was one, but it's just the post in the corner of the shelf. Fuck you. There's a clicking noise. We established earlier in the game that when there's a clicking noise like that, it means it's a timed section. So we get to wait until the timer runs out. So it's so we can start this fresh. You have a favorite monster in the Dark Descent. Is it a spoiler? Or can you, like, say it? Is it this water thing? Nope. Okay. Well. Jump, 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 jump. This is fine. Jump. Get me out. Get me out. Well, the good news is, it appears that this grate was what we had to beat the timer for. So we did beat the timer. The bad news is, we apparently can't jump to there from in the water. We had to jump on here first. We lost some time there. And water monsters are still around. Unless you know the lore, you won't instantly know the names of all the monsters in the game. That makes sense. Is the lore from the games or from like supplemental material? Because there are a variety of games like, I want to say Dark Souls, particularly like Dark Souls 1, where it's just like, yeah, there's lore and all, but you won't necessarily get it by doing much. The creepy lighting is perfect. Yeah, although in what might be an ill omen, one of my candles is dying. So we have like, we have 4 candles, but we have maybe 3 total lights, because 2 are burning bright, 1 is struggling, and 1 is really, really struggling. It's not a spoiler, but your favorite is the Brute, followed by the water monster. I see. Well. Oh, look. Oil. Oh, wait. Can I... Aha! Oh. Oh, it straight up eats it, and there's like red splashes too. It's funny that there's a... Oh, wait. So I need to get all the way over there. Run, 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 run. Oh. Oh. Okay. Some of the top-rated custom stories use them perfectly. Excellent. Just light the desk on fire, it'll be fine. Nah, we are well prepared. 1, they're fairly small candles, and 2, we've got water and all available if needed. Okay, so it appears that what we need to do is we need to go stand in the water while we spin this wheel. Please go eat something. You see, no big deal. He's just hungry, just wants a snack. If you could go a little faster, please. Thank you. Let me out. Ow. Barely conscious. Alright, he hit us once. And we are barely conscious. I thought that that door would get us out. I thought it was going to be a phase transition, like zoning to another area. And it was not. Yeah. Dead flesh can act as a distraction. Thank you. I got that part. Alright, so where does it put us? It puts us back here. Okay, cool. You know, that is possibly the best use of that sound routine I have had. You know what? Lots of food. He's not hazardous, he's not angry, he's just hungry. You're not yourself when you're hungry. Let me out! It's locked with a simple lock. Oh, I hope that thing would close behind me. Alright, what can I do about a simple lock? Is there a simple key somewhere in here? Oh, what's this? A hollow needle. Perfect for picking a lock. All right. Something large brushed against his leg, and he felt himself being dragged along by the current of the beast. He pushed himself above the surface. "Help!" he cried, as the ocean swallowed him again. All right. That brings us to the end of the second hour of the game. So, as always, we're going to take our hourly health and wellness break, where in Twitch we'll run ads, and we all get a chance to stand up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, and prevent deep vein thrombosis, because we are not 20 anymore, and we need to care about such things. So, I will see about maybe getting a fourth candle, because 2 of these are basically burnt out. And I'll see y'all in another 3 minutes. So take good care of yourselves, and I'll see you in 3 minutes. Alright, we have returned. It's time to fix our lighting slightly. Because we are in a new section, we have hope. And hope means more light. And we'll see if we want to blow some of these candles out as our hope dwindles. I don't know if I'm going to do that based on sanity or health or whatnot. But not burn ourselves by putting our hands immediately over open flames. There we go. Now we have 4 full-powered candles. We have replaced our 2 that were nearly burnt out with 2 fresh ones. Let's have a quick peek behind the curtain to see how our lighting looks. Excellent. Yes. 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 Okay, so we have survived the water monster. We have survived a water monster. What? No, that's not what I wanted to do. I had my hand on the keyboard wrong. So we're still in the water. Okay. Silly me. Why would I think that the water monster was a one-off level? Very loud. And we're running. I'm surprised it didn't explode and hurt us. Why do all the doors open towards us instead of away from us? It makes it very difficult to run away. Oh, we clipped through the top there. Which again, not what I was expecting. Just run. Just run. The belt itself gets hoisted out of the ocean. The lacquered hull... Oh, escaped a creature in the water. Achievement! Haha! He turned his head to the calm ocean reaching towards the coast of Portugal and thought, is this another dream? Okay. We lived! Haha! Alright. Once again, I'm suspicious because it's well lit. Is it going to pull the same thing it did in the last section where we take another couple steps forward and the screen flashes and we're transported to, the alternate dimension where it's not well lit? I don't like it. I'm still suspicious. Some people would really enjoy this part. For no apparent reason. And where were we? What is it that I'm able to, grab and interact with here? Are we just able to make splashes? Just splash around here? Are we washing our hands? Is that what we get to do? Alright, so we've washed our hands. Which I guess, probably a good thing to do. So what's up here? Guest room. Study. Oh, there's a full-on zoning. Herbert's trunk was wrapped in rope. The lock had been broken. By thieves, he assumed. He wondered if anything had been left, considering all the hands it had passed. Tinderbox. Use a tinderbox. The funny thing is, I know that for games like this, there's got to be like challenge runs, like where you go through without using any light sources or something. This is a funny thing. Whenever I do any sort of game, I always think it's like, I wonder, what is the like harshest, weirdest sort of challenge run that people could get up to? And I can definitely see like Amnesia zero light runs being a thing. Just to see. Alright, so far nothing in here besides a waste of a tinderbox. Anything notable in here? Got any oil or tinderboxes or anything on the shelves for me? No? Nothing in here? Oh. Letter regarding the discovery of an orb. Ooh, nice musical change. All right. To my most trusted student and friend, Johann Weyer. The most remarkable thing happened as I was traveling through the Prussian woods this summer. I finally found one of the orbs I have been looking for the last 20-odd years. It is as inexplicable as the Heliodromus described it in the Hortus Conclusus. Amnesia has a hardcore mode, 1 life only. Aha! I think I did see that there was normal, the way it's meant to be played, and hard, and I chose normal. Because that's the way it said it was meant to be played, like NVIDIA. The orb was big enough to fit my cupped hands, and the texture was smooth and jagged. What? What do you mean the texture was smooth and jagged? Those are not supposed to be the same thing. Its color washed while rich. Contrast is not enough to describe its nature. It was an impossibility, an artificial paradox captured within stone. I was staying in a nearby village called Aldstadt, investigating one of the antiquated trails when I finally found the cavern. I went inside and suddenly I could verify the truth of these enigmatic artifacts. They were real. As you can understand, this is the most important discovery of my life, but has also become my greatest fear. As I entered the underground chamber, I could feel that I was trespassing. Because of my curiosity, I did my best to fight these instincts and fetch the orb from its place. I scrambled out of the chamber and into the woods. I could sense something was following me. It bayed loudly as it closed in. The beast, this guardian of the orb, was relentless in its pursuit. I made my way to a nearby ravine, where I stumbled upon some men fishing in the lake. I tried to warn them as I passed, but fortunately they remained as I continued to escape. Fortunately. When I heard their cry of pain echo through the valley, I felt such a tremendous sense of relief, thinking I would be spared. Suddenly, a blue shimmering light engulfed me, and the colors of the forest were washed away before my eyes. I kept running through the bleak surroundings. The trees had turned charcoal black, with leaves of cinder, the ground covered in murky water. I pressed on through the drenched lands as the growing ember gave way to the rising wind and rained on me. I could hear pleading screams in the distance, and I joined in as pain and fear overtook me. I fell to the ground, gasping for air. This certainly may sound strange, but I had been carried miles away across the Alps to a grassy field outside Genoa. The Guardian had taken the orb from me, but still until this day I fear its return. Sometimes I lay awake at night, listening for the howling cry I heard in the forest. It has been nearly a decade since that day, and I still haven't been able to write about the incident. The last time we spoke, you told me about your interest and ongoing research into the mythic orbs, and I realized I owed you the truth about my visit to Aldstadt. Your friend and mentor, Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa. You also may or may not have completed that. Well, if you have, then congratulations to you. Although I will say, I do not yet have a full grasp onto how big an accomplishment it is. Mostly because I haven't played the game very far yet. And I've only died once. And that's like, while not knowing what I'm doing at all. Like, no knowledge at all about what's coming, how to solve anything, or anything about anything, really. Presumably, if I knew what I was doing, it would be faster and or easier. But, you know, these things are not always as they seem. What's this? Just a cobweb. Is that oil? I love that they put the oil there to make you get close to the window so that the window can shake at you. Alright, we have a hammer now. Is that a Tasmanian tiger? Alright, so we have a bunch of taxidermy. There it is. It's like, there's got to be a note in here somewhere. After a short study, it is clear that the agitation found among humans can be found in the dog. Okay. Fear and pain induce stress, which seems to trigger an endogenous response, causing the animal to burst with energy. I believe that the catalyst is produced in the brain. It is difficult to determine exactly where and what it is, but I can sense it. It reeks of cosmic genesis. Are we talking about adrenaline? Is that what we're talking about here? There is an inherent problem in harvesting this energy since the creature is bound to die from the exercise. I must refine this process of torture to enable any real work to be done. More experiments must be performed, but it seems that only human beings are able to produce the amount necessary. It might be their ability to appreciate the severity of the process that ultimately augments their experience of terror. Neat. So we're trying to harvest essentially what is likely adrenaline. It's just like when people are super scared, fight or flight kicks in, and there's adrenaline, and you only get enough of it out of humans because humans can conceptualize that they're being tortured as opposed to the dog just knows it's being hurt. Oh, hello. Welcome in there. PKO Waynes? Pecowans? I'm going to say Pecowans. Welcome in. Hola, as it may be. So this explains the whole thing that we covered earlier with the lore, that he hired people to just constantly kidnap people. Although, oddly specific, it said to kidnap rich people. So I don't know why that is. Alright. Snip, snip. Ha! Alright. Alright, we've got a shovel now. Like statues. Statues in horror games are just always awful. Why are we keeping the bones around? ¿Cómo estás? Sí. Tengo un poco de miedo, pero... I don't know, I haven't spoken Spanish appreciably in like 15 years, so I have forgotten most of it. Ha! Oh, I thought there might be something under that when I moved it. And we're getting your English? Okay. Well, and that is fitting. The English are well known and established even in this game, in fact, to just steal things from other cultures. Like, it starts off with the whole English classic of let's break into these tombs and grab all of their sacred relics to bring back to the British Museum. Like, you realize that you're stealing from tombs, right? Ooh, roast apple. And it lands right side up. Excellent. You can roast the apple. It is fine. Alright. 1658, January 9th. Further disappointment. The antiquarian's latest findings yielded nothing. I am still unable to grasp the inner workings of life and its relation to the power I sense within it. I shall pursue more books on the subject, but I suspect it will be in vain. Since no research has been made in my particular interest, I must attempt to fill that void myself. Clearly humans emanate more of the energy I seek, but I hope animals will suffice, as they would prove less of a hassle to acquire. Comstats means how are you? Yes, I know. That's why I responded in Spanish by saying I'm so-so. I'm a little afraid. That was my response. Aha! You're a free bird! Fly away! Or have a guitar solo. Something.
Let's see what you have to offer. What a mess. I should have sharpened the saw, but I can sense it. It's definitely there.
Very squishy. I can understand the kidnapping and the torture of rich humans and the aristocracy, but cutting dogs' heads off, that's too far. Is there a drawer in the middle here I can grab? No. Okay. Alright. I think I've explored all I can in here. So let's grab ourselves a hammer and move out. I see. Do I need to backtrack then? I don't see a way around, and we're not getting a hand icon to like grab things. We can't go over, we can't go under, we can't go through. What? Okay, do we backtrack? See, it was blocked over there, which means maybe there's a secret passage in this wall? Just burning books, no big deal. Alright, can't open the window. Alright, any secret passages behind paintings? No. And I already didn't check these, right? Nothing. 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 Okay. I feel like I need to do something with these statues, but I don't know what it would be. Right, this one doesn't have a head and this one does. I don't suppose there's a head I can grab to stick on top of the statue. If we make a dog-headed statue, does that do anything? No. Alright, I guess we just try to backtrack then? See if there's a door that didn't used to be open that is now open. Unless there's a... Yeah, I don't see anything I can crawl through, anything I can jump to. Oh, right. We're already at a point of branching paths. Because we can come to the back hall. He climbed out of bed and looked out the window. It was completely dark. He waited, glanced at the old clock, and waited some more. 4 o'clock, he thought. It's enough. Alright, so yeah, so we can come to here. So that was the study. We can also go to the guest room. Go ahead and wash our hands again. That was the study, and now we're going to the guest room. He tried to fit the pieces together, but like the sand dunes, they shifted when you weren't looking.
My journal is gone. What would they want with my journal?
Not why we're finding just like single pages of the journal the whole time.
July 1839. I received a letter today from the Algerian governor's office disclosing the fate of Herbert's expedition. About a week after my departure, Abdullah, one of the men traveling with us, returned from the desert. He was badly injured, as if maimed by a lion. The man rambled deliriously about the expedition being attacked by something horrible. The French quickly dispatched a search party to look for the expedition. After searching for days, they found the camp abandoned without any trace of Herbert or his men. Tomorrow, I'll retrieve the things they recovered from Herbert's tent at the customs house. I don't know what to make of it, but I'm worried for him.
Well, we get to cross-compare this with the other dude who said what happened when he took the orb, which is that it killed a bunch of fishermen that he passed by. So, presumably, we took the orb. And then we got far, far away, so the thing is taking its time to get here. But it killed the whole expedition. Sick. Alright, so we got oil. How are we doing on this? But, excuse me. So we've got 7 tinder boxes, we've got 5 things of oil. We're doing okay, but we're kind of at a lull. Like, we're in backstory mode, where it's just telling us a bunch of stuff. Oh, pulls it all the way out. Anything hidden behind them? No. Which presumably we'll get back to terrified mode, and we'll need these later. Ooh, a dumbwaiter. Which is, of course, not what you say to your server at a restaurant. Crowbar. Presumably, we won't be as generous as Half-Life and let us hit things with the crowbar. Also, putting the crowbar here and a broken crate here is an excellent way for the game to tell us, by the way, you can use the crowbar to break crates.
3rd of July, 1839. Today I picked up Herbert's things at the customs house. I dug through the trove of documents he had carried and found a log detailing the expedition. The nature of this text ranged from quick notes to colourful accounts of transpired events. I skimmed the pages, trying to figure out what might have happened. May 17th, The day I was trapped inside the orb chamber, Herbert dryly states, "Recovered Daniel after 1 hour of entrapment." This confused me greatly. I was suffocating within minutes. How could I have lasted an hour? I continued reading the peculiar text. Herbert states his facts without judgment or passion, but suddenly I could read frustration into his text. He pushed his men to investigate the underground tomb, an effort which seems to have strained the minds of his men. Madness spread through the ranks, and Herbert had to take some extreme measures to continue.
He like start shooting
finally
people?
visits the chamber himself, where he retrieves the orb to the surface. His account confuses me greatly. If he has the orb, what are those pieces in my drawing room?
I was about to ask the same thing. It's like, wait, I thought you grabbed the orb. How does he also have the orb? That doesn't look good. See, I really thought there was going to be something in the bottom because it was like you have to close the top ones before you can see what's inside the bottom one. But no such luck. Oh, it's not a dumbwaiter. It's an empty picture frame. Like the painting's been torn out of it. Or is it? Oh wait, I know what I can do. Oh no. Okay. I thought because it stood out so much I could use a crowbar on it, but I guess not. Can you use a crowbar in the other paintings? A tool allowing great leverage. Okay, so that's where we came in.
The key. Please, let it be here.
An important key is hidden in the guest room. Thank you. Also, do I... Okay, so the crowbar broke. So we only had the one... It was a single-use crowbar, which is not how crowbars generally work, but... I see. There's a wind coming from behind that painting.
4th of July, 1839.
4th of July!
It's done. The orb is assembled. I was awakened by an exhausting nightmare. Shaking and sweating, I retired to the drawing room with a cup of tea. The relic pieces lay spread across the table as I'd left them, but somehow I knew how it was supposed to be. I fetched the tar, which I had prepared to fix the pieces together, and without fault I joined them, producing the orb I remembered so clearly. The tar proved unnecessary. It was pushed out from the joining pieces as they merged on their own, with no adhesive. The ancient stone relic now rests on my table. Its immaculate surface and perfect shape could have been molded by a factory. This is all too strange.
And yet, you continue to mess with it. Out of the way. Excuse you. Why will you not let me close it? Excuse me. Excuse me. Let me close the door, please. Did it not see me? It's not letting me close this cabinet, this closet door, which is a little problematic for me. Alright. Just a little bit of panic, it's fine. It was blocked by this on the ground that I had moved earlier? Oh, that is rough. If I had died there, that would have been unfortunate.
Oh, thank God, there it is. I guess it is a good place to hide it then.
Oh. I was like, why am I carrying it instead of actually picking it up? Alright, good. We are safely in the closet. Hidey hole, yes. Yeah, I thought it was kind of a bug when I couldn't close this, but it was just caught on the thing. Back to the back hall. Sir William Smith had been marked. There was no way for him to know that the young man from the other day cast such a terrible shadow. Alright, let's go wash our hands again.
Don't forget your bag, Daniel.
I won't, Herbert.
There is no shame in using a parasol in the desert. As it happens, it's imperative to your survival.
But it looks ridiculous.
The shade will hurt much less than dying, I assure you.
Alright, wash our hands some more. Alright, so I haven't looked at either of these doors. I went straight upstairs before. So which of these is the machine room? Storage. Which is not the machine room. He flipped through the Book of Monarchs looking for etchings and counted. 9 different kings from all over Europe had been depicted with an orb resting in their hands. The darkness in the storage feels strange and unnatural. Cool. I don't know what I'm looking for in storage is the thing. Boots, grandfather's camera case, and the belt are all cleaned and sealed. Of course. Let is drying, then that'll be sealed. Excellent. Thanks for the commentary all this time. No, I'm glad you enjoyed it. You know, a variety of people who are into different kinds of leather care and treatment. Various reasons. Running. Running.
somehow.
Closer somehow. Right, lots of tinder boxes. But nothing that I think would be like the quest items for whatever it is I'm looking for down here. Alright, so it's giving us a bunch of tinder boxes. Okay. So we need to find a bunch of drill parts and combine them. We have not done anything to lead us to believe that we need a drill yet. Presumably because we're going in the wrong order, but eventually we're going to need this drill. Waldar monster? Presumably that's the name of this one? How are we doing on sanity? Very badly. It's just like, you need to be crouched in the dark to hide. And it's like, okay. Also, you can't look at it. Okay. So, essentially, you just have to get caught, or you go insane. Alright, how about this door? Okay. Well, we got a tinder box at least. 2 tinder boxes. We used 1, we got 2. We're at tinder box positive. Drill part. Alright. How many parts are there to the drill? 3 parts. Okay, we have successfully gotten the drill that will pierce the heavens, or at least let us advance the quest. Chase Jax, welcome back in. You've been here a couple times actually, not just once. Chase Jax is of course a better strategy than chasing Singed. Chasing Singed is a notoriously bad strategy. Right, so he panted heavily, trying his best to keep himself from screaming. The medicine cabinet had been overturned and lay collapsed on the floor. He reached through the broken glass door and grabbed all the sedatives he could find. I wonder if it's for him or for someone else. Once again, very well lit area. Wash our hands again. Then this is the room that presumably we had the key for.
You have an ascending room. Will it take us to the inner sanctum?
It will definitely take care of the vertical part of our journey. So, you have ridden an elevator before?
Yes, the Colosseum at Regent's Park has one. It takes you to the gallery where you can view the panorama.
Good. This ride might be a little longer, and in the other direction.
Right, so there's an elevator. So we have a door on this side, which is to the machine room, which we needed the key for. Been trying to watch you more because you love my style of gameplay? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for saying that. I appreciate that. You may have noticed this stream is significantly different than others because, well, we have changed up our lighting to fit with the vibe of the game, and it is a horror game, which is quite different than our standard fare, but it's been going well so far. We've managed to only die once. And we've managed to keep playing, which was not guaranteed. That was a thing that we would do. This was part of the trick, to just like, because I don't play these sorts of horror games a lot, and because I did pick up the demo for this, you know, whenever that came out forever ago.
That taste, that fragrance, Damascus rose.
The taste and the fragrance. Okay, sure. Ooh. Is that when I picked up the demo, you know, forever ago, I noped out very quickly, but this time
5th of July,
we've managed to keep going forward.
1839. Today, I went to the university looking for answers. I was able to sneak into Herbert's office and pick up an address book along with some relevant textbooks. Professor Taylor at the Faculty of History was very helpful, and I managed to approach the subject of the orbs. The most interesting aspect was the prevalent trace they had left in our culture. The mythic orbs may, in fact, have inspired the globus cruciger, which so many royal regalia holds to this day. In ancient times, the orbs were held by priests as a symbol of the sun and its power. As I was leaving, I overheard a disturbing conversation. Sir William Smith, the geologist, was killed last night. Less than a fortnight had passed since I'd asked for his expertise. I know it's silly, but I can't help feeling responsible somehow.
Yeah, they're following you. You're being tracked down. All for the crime of pondering the orb. Note that there are only 2 spare rods left in the storage for the elevator machinery. Make sure to only discard the ones which are badly damaged and keep the others in the inner study rooms in case all 3 would crack again. We need to go back to the study and back to storage. Get all of the rods. Fractatio fluxus. Flow. So storage should have 2 rods. And the rest are going to be in the study somewhere. Though we didn't see any when we were there.
14th of July, 1839. I've read every book I can find on the subject. While rich in legend and hearsay, my knowledge is lack for the insight I crave. I've sent letters to many in Herbert's address book and received answers of varying importance. Today, I got one which differed greatly from the others. From a baron in Prussia. He said nothing about the quaint stories of priests in underground temples. He didn't even mention them. He simply wrote, "I know. I can protect you. Come to Brennenburg Castle. Signed, Alexander." What am I to make of this? Protect me from what? Is someone after me? I looked up Brennenburg and traced it to the Prussian woods near the Baltic Sea. While being the least informative letter I've received, it causes me greatest distress and interest. As I write, my thoughts are drawn to my nightmares in which a most disturbing sound calls to me. A sound defying description. A voice from the void. The last few weeks have been awful, with so many sleepless nights dreading a repeat of those horrid dreams. Tomorrow, I shall visit my physician, Dr. Tate, in hope that he can provide me with sedatives to help me sleep.
Yeah, I don't think sedatives are the problem here. This isn't like, oh, I had too much caffeine and I'm not sleeping well. Do you need a gear for anything? No? Okay. The machinery needs more work before it will run. Alright, what do we need to do to it? Missing cogwheels to be fixed. Dang. New cogwheel. You need to get your ass back into Warframe? Why is that? So I did play Warframe for, like, the story bits for a while. Oh, there they are. But eventually... I played through it all. And then I wasn't caught up in it enough to want to do any of the actual grinds. Like, I never actually unlocked the, I forget the name for it, the big tumor thing in the extra room on the lander. You're up to date with everything and then you stop for a while, top tier and everything, but you don't anymore. Ah, I see. Yeah, I never actually did any of the big grinds or anything. So, I just played through, like, all the plot stuff. All the main plot stuff. Like, I didn't do a lot of things. Like, from what I understand, a lot of stuff in it is locked behind the different faction grinds. Like, you, what is the right word for it? Like, you grind the faction, and as you advance in it, then there's more plot. Especially on, I think it's Deimos, the one with the corrupted family. Apparently there's a lot of lore there to be had, actually grinding it out. Oh, you used to do a lot of endurance runs, I see. It's more work before the run. Okay, so attach these. What else does it need? So we put the 3 wheels on the 3 things, and then what else does it need? There was something about rods that needed to be done that were mentioned, but I don't see where I would insert any particular rods. But presumably in the endurance runs you mean like the endless, like, do you want to go next or leave? And you just keep hitting go next? Okay. I thought I would have found a note or something about what needs to be done here. Because normally, or at least so far, they've done pretty well with that sort of thing. We have a drill. Go next. With the boys or Endless Survival, you're one of the few from the boys who still play. Brooke said fuck it like 3 to 4 years ago. I mean, it's fair. This is one of those things that just kind of happens as time goes on. People's interests wane. Like, not every game can be a forever game for everyone. A few uninstalled. I think I might still have it installed, I just haven't played a lot. This was the days of toxic players? Like, wait, are those days, like, done? How do we know? Oh, I bet this is where I have to put the rods or whatever in. So, let's double check our stuff. Notes. Equip machine memo. There are only 2 spare rods left in the storage for the elevator machinery. Make sure to only discard the ones which are badly damaged and keep the others in the inner study rooms in case all 3 would crack again. They changed the game mechanics over it. Ah, okay. Is this back when like the bullet jump wasn't part of the tutorial and part of what they teach about the game? When it's just like it was like a weird movement tech that you had to be in the know to do, and then they were like, you know what? We're just gonna make that part of the game now. Alright, so we're gonna go back to the study, I guess? Which is unfortunate, because they're like, hey, you know those sections that had monsters in it that you managed to get away from? What if we had you go forward, and then after you went forward, it's like, nah, there's something else you need to grab from this area. It's just like, oh. Oh, wait.
17th of July, 1839. How has this escaped me? They're all dead. Limbs scattered, heads split down the middle, their skin flayed as if boiled. I feel like I'm falling into myself. What's happening? Sir William Smith, Professor Taylor, now Dr. Tate. Is it following me? How can it not be? It's the damn thing I brought from Africa. Something is after me. I have no choice but to trust the Baron. He better know what he claims. If he is wrong, I suspect he'll regret it as well.
That is the point. But everyone who, like, comes into contact with you is dying, so he'd better be able to put up or shut up. Pressure. Okay, then. So I'm going to need to set these to the right numbers, and I do not know what the right numbers are. Any ideas? Also, welcome in, need more shot. I saw you, I was not paying attention, sorry. In the box. Box. I have no idea. So it's when corrosive projection did minus 30% armor on enemies. Yeah. I never actually advanced to the point that I was useful for those sorts of things. Like, I unlocked Iron Path, Steel Path. The go back through and everything is stronger. And I just didn't have the damage for it. Just like everything had so much health and I could barely do anything. Like, I was living, but not by much. Not working. Okay. Find a way to start the engine that powers the elevator. Yeah, sure. Sure. So, we need a couple things. We need to find the rods. We need to... In addition to finding the rods, we need to... Wait a second. Channels of water. I wonder if the water pressure is also involved in doing the thing. We have the pressure valves. So, okay. So, we need to find the rods that are both in storage and in the study. Was that there before? Strange letter frightened him, but it was also the only one which offered him some comfort. But yes, I tried to do Steel Path, and it's just like, everything is bullet sponges, and I don't deal enough damage. And it just didn't work out well. Alright, so... feed the water? I mean, honestly, it's not a terrible idea. But let me just double check this. Unlimited power, of course. Notes. Yeah, keep the others in inner study rooms in case all three are trapped again. Okay. So, we've reached the end of another hour, so it is once again time for a health and wellness break, wherein we let Twitch run some ads, and we take ourselves, grab a drink, grab a snack, stand up, stretch your legs. You know, sitting perfectly still, staring at screens for hours on end is bad for you. And so, we'll take a break, take a little bit better care of ourselves. I hope you will also take a little bit better care of yourselves. The lore with Amnesia is sad as shit. Yeah, it's pretty bleak so far, I gotta say. But we're gonna take an ad. The worst thing about ads on live streams is that you miss shit because people keep going while the ads play. We are not doing that here. The game will be paused, so I can take care of myself and you can take care of yourselves, and you will not miss a thing. We'll be back in 3 minutes to continue. So after these messages, we will be right back as soon as I can see the mouse cursor. There we go. Alright, we're back. It's not capturing the game. How about now? Good? Good. Hope everyone had a good break. Also, Amnesia King, since you think you would be a good source to tell me the answer to this, at my current pace, we've been playing for 3 hours. How much longer would it take to beat the game? Because I feel like things are coming to a head. Where am I at? We are trying to fix the elevator. And I need to find some sort of rods in the back of this thing. You're close to about 40% completion. Okay, so we're definitely not finishing tonight. Alright, very good. Good to know. Alright, so let me just check this note again. There are only 2 spare rods left in the storage for the elevator machine. Make sure to only discard the ones which are badly damaged, and keep the others in the inner study rooms. Alright. So we're looking for some sort of rods somewhere in the inner study rooms. Is the problem here that we can't get to the inner study rooms because of that collapsed section? I don't really want to go back to storage. There's like a monster there. Are they behind the skulls and stuff? No. I don't even know what these rods would look like. This seems like the inner study rooms. It's the most inner of the study rooms I can get to. Do we have anything in our inventory? We have a small carpenter's drill now. I don't know how that helps us. I'll go around here. See what we can do about, let's light this. I don't know what a small carpenter's drill is supposed to help us out with here. So presumably the rods are on the other side of that, I guess? Unless it's just, we'll take the curtain rods, right? Curtain rods count? The story lasts around 6 to 10 hours, depending on your completion rate. Roughly 8 hours for main objectives. I see. Well, I'm not particularly fast then, since I'm only 40% in, and it's been 3 hours, which would put me at roughly 8 hours, I guess? Well, I guess no, that puts me on pace then. I don't see anything. Take this. Stop that. Open up again. I'm just going to take this saw. That is definitely a wood saw, not a flesh saw. And we'll be a little bit. We just need to saw through this. It'll be fine. Ugh. Okay. So I guess we go back down to storage then? Game's not great in its direction, but it is pretty clear. Just find a way to start the engine, and then the only other real hint we have right now is this thing about spare rods. So we have to go back down to storage, which is not ideal. because we're having problems with our sanity and storage is unnaturally dark. If you flip through the Book of Monarchs... this is the same thing about the 9 different kings all being depicted with orbs. You've been maining Atomic Heart lately? Are we back to Warframe? Is that... It's been a bit. I don't recall what Atomic Heart is. Is it one of the weapons? I had, of course, the noob loadout, which is that I liked the Zorus, which was disappointing to me when I ended up against certain bosses that the Zorus does literally 0 damage to. Like, they need impact damage that I could not deal, because it's just like, no, exploding this next to them won't do anything. Like, you need to break this part. Oh, we can't even light that, okay. Wait a second. Do I have to carry this damn thing all the way back? Like, is this the rod I'm looking for? Alright, it can't be, because I can't carry it and get back through the door. So it must... That appears to be a rolled up rug, not a rod. Okay. This is fine. We don't know what the thing we're looking for looks like, which is a little bit of a problem. We only know that there are apparently only 2 of them somewhere in storage. And we know that we got a drill. We know that there's a monster walking around down here. Somewhere. So this is the way we went before. And that does not give nearly enough light. Alexander, I prepared the explosives you needed for clearing the flood drain. I can't stress enough how important it is that the mixture is handled with care. Please try to tell your feather-brained servants this before you go ahead with your plans. Liquids are not by themselves explosive and should be kept separated to avoid further mishaps. I have arranged 2 large vats in the next room for the ingredients. All you need to do is mix the liquids and you are ready to go. How are we on... We are pretty low on oil. We will continue to use it all up. But there are large vats. Laudanum, I guess, is a healing thing? Alright, so I know we went in this room before. This room looks familiar, and also we have light. We also have no idea where these supposed rods we need to fix the machine are. Also, we apparently have access to some explosives. If we can find 2 large vats in the next room. The valve has rusted shut. Alright. Partially filled pot. What does this say? Secondary. Where's the other one, which is presumably the primary? Alright. And we have an explosive, which we can presumably use to get into the back of the study? Hopefully?
Please, let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear. I just want to go home. No! Get away from me! Leave me alone!
Alright, so I guess we haven't gone down this way yet. Is this where we're gonna find the rods? The rubble from the cave-in is hindering further passage and storage. Find a way to get through. Well, wouldn't you know it? Machine parts? I see. No object to use that item on. We hit it with a rock. We got some sanity back for solving that. Okay, cool. Good. Tinderbox. Alright, well at least we know we're making progress. Anything hiding behind here? Yes. Laudanum and tinderboxes. Cool.
Why are you doing this? Get away from me!
Jesus. Torches down here don't do shit. Food storage. Thought we were going for machine parts. Keep wanting to open up like a mini map, but it's like the game's like, what do you mean a mini map? What kind of a game do you think I am? Mini map. Pshaw. He's not having a good time. Oh look, machine parts. Okay. Alright. Let's see what happens. She did? Yeah. Yeah, most likely. Hopefully, at least. They were pretty clear about, that in order to extract the most of this energy, that you'd want for it to be, you want the torture part. Alright. Is there something I want to stick in there? I don't want to touch it with my bare hands, do I? That's what I thought. Health all is good. There we go. Stack some metal on the fire. And we're good to go. If a full set of 3 rods is unavailable, there is 1 rod in the inner study rooms which might work in case the elevator breaks down again. Unless it's absolutely necessary, always use the spare rods in storage before using a mended one. We're going to come over here. This is fine. Alright, this is not fine. We're losing sanity. We're still losing sanity. We're next to the candles. Okay, so... mementos. Find a way to start the engine that powers the elevator. Cool, cool, cool. Notes. There is 1 rod in the inner study rooms. I was just in the inner study rooms and I did not find a rod. Although now we do know what a rod looks like. Alright, so we know we need to go back to the inner study at this point. Now that we're all the way down here, there's nowhere to go but up. How are we on oil? Very low. Alright, so that door I had closed before. I hadn't actually gone through that door at all. I'm not feeling very adventurous at the moment, so we're just gonna run back the way we came. And hope nothing bad happens to us. Fine. Okay, it's less fine. It's less fine. We've been seen. We've been spotted. It's time to run. This is a horrible noise. It's fine. We're fine. This is fine. We're good. We're fine. Saved by phase transition. Perhaps I should have gotten like a heart rate monitor or something.
Herbert,
did we find this place?
An old friend back in Algiers gave me a map.
Why isn't he with us? Didn't he want to come?
He wanted to, Daniel, but things don't always turn out the way we planned.
So we still need to go back to the study. Heart monitor would be fun? Yeah. Like, the thing is, there are a variety of different kinds, and from what I understand, a lot of them are, we'll say, less than accurate. So that's a guest room. And this is the study. Throw the torso in the water. You know what? That was mentioned before. Let's go for it, shall we? Let's taint the water supply. Apparently we move very, very slowly while carrying the torso. Hut. Hut. Oh. That's new. I gotta say, like, this set of legs is like the length of that dude's entire body, so we've got some size difference 69ing going on. Which, you know, is a logistical problem with if the heights are too different. But I'm sure everyone's still having fun. He panted heavily, trying his best to keep himself from screaming. The medicine cabinet... okay. Grabbed all the sedatives. Right, yes. Okay, so here we are back in the study. Looking for the final rod. Each their own press. I know, right? Oh wait, I keep mistaking these because like some of the chests you can open and like, but this model is the kind that you can just throw, not open. Oh look, it keeps respawning. But at least now we know that this is what the rods look like. They're like, have basically like a handle on them and then some sort of, I guess it's a conductive material on the end. I get it. There's screaming background noises. Understood. But I'm looking for a rod here. Man, I haven't had this difficult a time finding a rod since college. You know, you'd think it would be easy, but no. Also, it depends on the quality. Low quality rods are always available. That's what she said? It is indeed. Okay, so the skulls went back where they were before. Which is funny because I know, like, from a programmatic standpoint, that's just the fact that they're like, well, yeah, we're not gonna remember the state of all the things you moved in the area. We're just gonna put everything back the way it was. But as far as the, like, atmospheric thing, it's just like, yeah, things aren't where you left them. Spooky. Also, the fact that we first tried dropped that apple on there makes me unreasonably happy. It's just like, was it some super impressive feat? No. But I'm glad about it nonetheless. So we need more rod. That shovel, we've got axes. Breaking glass. We know what the rods look like, and they'll have that like whole blue outline around them. I feel like it's on the other side of this, but I already used up my explosive elsewhere. Unless this isn't actually the inner study, but it says study, and it seems pretty inner, so... What's with the Is it like supposed to be in the middle of this table here, and it just isn't? Supposed to be in here. Not hiding behind the skulls or anything. I already checked those. Nothing over there. Is it... Alright, we can't interact with the painting. It's not behind that painting. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the third rod that, according to... There are only 2 left in storage, and I got those. Make sure to only discard the ones which are badly damaged and keep the others in the inner study rooms in case all 3 would crack again. So, we're in the study. We just need to find where the inner rooms are. And so far I haven't been able to find that. So let's just go make sure I didn't miss any rooms entirely. So we go this way. Completely blocked off. Can't go up, can't go down, can't move these things. Blocked. Alright. And then we have this room with, like, the torturing and stuff. And then we have these 2 rooms. Another, I can't interact with that. Just checking if there's, like, any paintings for things to be behind. There was a rod in the one with the dog head, right? No, there was not. Or if there was, I didn't find it. So if that's where it's supposed to be, I don't know what to tell you. It means I probably have a... Also, any loose books on a shelf, like a secret lever? Not that I have seen. Go back to that room? Okay. Because that's where I thought it should be, based on the hints it's given me. Is there a... like, something else some other event trigger I need to do before it shows up? Because at this point I'm kind of at a loss. Yeah, no, I'll take the hint. Because so far all the hints I've gotten seem to indicate it should be in here, but it isn't. You know? I wish I had said that out loud a moment ago, because I was just thinking about how they put the oil here and then something cracked the window. So they had drawn attention to this earlier, to that window earlier, and I never followed up on it. And I was just thinking about that as I walked past. Just that we hadn't used that. Alright, thank you for the hint. You use a chair? Of course. So bright! When will it be my turn? Have I not shown restraint? My patience spans centuries. From where I came, mankind has not even wasted a breath, yet I bow to you. I have done so much for you, and I have gained nothing in return. Agrippa, I trusted you. It was I who in all fairness should have entered that gate. This reminds you of Shadowgate a bit. Alright, well we have gears that we may need in a moment, but right now, not so much. Oh, see? This would have made things way easier if I'd found it earlier. I was just going off of figuring it out blind. Alright. If the elevator breaks down again, make sure to use the steam engine to build up pressure before channeling it into the machinery. Adjust levers to get the right amount of pressure inside the chamber. The meter should read up 8, down 8. Make sure the flow is set according to the following chart. Trinity stream set functions, 4-phase amplitude, complete steam flow cycle. Note that the machine will not check proper configuration until all rods are inserted. Alright. Flow cycle rod. Alright. I think we have everything we need now. The puzzles in this game are also a bit wild at times. Yeah, the funny thing is, I had already praised the game for... Oh, that's not good. For this sort of atmospheric storytelling, and it's something I've pointed out in other games as well. And in fact, if I had clipped it, I probably said it at the time, like, I like the fact that they put the oil here to make you look at the window. Like, it was well designed to be like, hey, look at the window. Bang! Window cracks. Which should have given me, the player, a strong indication that, oh, I can interact with the window more. And I just missed it. Oddly enough, because I had thought about it briefly, I don't think I would have struggled too much longer if I hadn't got the hint. But that's all hindsight. Maybe I would have. Maybe I would have continued to just ignore the fact that it's like, yeah, maybe I should. We can't wash our hands in the water anymore. How unfortunate. I like it when the red water comes out. Let's not step on that. It's been bad for us in the past. Alright. So now we have our 3 rods. We need 8 up, 8 down. The blob is alive? Probably a little bit, kind of. Alright, so we want 8 up, 8 down. So let's see. We currently have 3, 5, and 2 up. Let's see. 5, 1, and 2 up is 8. And there we go, yeah, 2, 5, and 1 on the bottom. Flow is even and stable. Excellent. So we have the steam flow active. And we need to insert the rods. Finally. My specific skills. Alright, flow. We have circle, triangle, and square. Flow cycle rod, Trinity steam rod, and 4-phase amplitude rod. I'm basing it off of Trinity goes in the triangle hole. 4-phase goes in the square hole. In fact, we should really just shove them all in the square hole. All rods are in place. And we already put all the gears in place down here. This is a hell of a lot of machinery to run an elevator. Machinery needs more work before it will run. Okay, alright. Notes. Trinity steam set functions, 4-phase amplitude, complete steam flow cycle. Note the machine will not check proper configuration until all rods are inserted. Adjust the levers to get the right amount of pressure inside the chamber. Make sure the flow is set according to the following chart. Oh, so it is 3-4 complete. Okay, so maybe I put them in the wrong order. But something in the response made me seem like I had gotten it right. Can we pull them out? We can't pull them out, so presumably that is correct. Alright, so once again, back to the notes. Steam engine to build up pressure before channeling it into the machinery. Alright. So we got the meters right. Okay. Yeah, I can't move them anymore, so unless the game has decided to soft lock me, we're fine. We'll go back up top, make sure that our... Now, it did give me an indicator that this was correct when we did it earlier. I can't move these anymore. I can click on them, but they only kind of wiggle. I can't change them. So it's like, you got this part correct. You got the other part correct. What's the last part that I need to get correct? Oh, wait, no, that's not what I wanted. Four-phase? Yeah, four-phase was the name of one of the rods. There was the Trinity rod, the four-phase rod, and the flow control rod. So we come in here. Let's see, did it reset or no? No, okay, so this is correct. And then we come down here. Check in this room. And all of the rods are in place, and I can't interact with them, so they must be correct. Like, the one that said four-phase goes in the square hole. That's why I put it in the square hole. And then come down below. We want to check some sort of monitors somewhere. A bit of oil. Alright, and these are on the right things. So, percussive maintenance here. Right, once more, with feeling. Okay, so we got the levers set. Make sure the flow is set according to the following chart. So all of the rods are in. All of the meters are correct. We have up 8, down 8. And then we have this, which I can't interact with anymore. So it's leading me to believe that things are correct, just by virtue of the fact that it won't let me interact with them any more than I already have. What else do I have in inventory? Just have the carpenter's drill and the needle. Alright, so we're looking for more things that we could potentially interact with. Do we have any valves we can turn? There's nothing in the burner for it to ignite. I see. How about some oil? No. I can't pick up oil and put it in here. Because if I double-click oil, it just goes into my oil reservoir. It doesn't... Like, if I double-click this, I can do that. Okay. Alright. So we found what we need to do. We just need... Oh, I bet this is coal. Betting this is fuel for the burner. You know what? Here. Give me a little light. I don't know how much I need to put in here, but we're going to put in a decent amount. The burner is now full of coal. Excellent. Or it's dung. Works either way. Haven't even played Amnesia in like 8 years now? Yeah. Well, you seem to be remembering things okay. Alright, elevator should be working. This is sprinting speed. Ow. Why must everything explode as I walk by? Ow. Professor Taylor was the second death caused by his damned curiosity. Yay, elevator go zoom zoom, hopefully. Things are not going well for us. I mean, they're going well in that we're moving forward, but I'm not entirely convinced going forward is good for us. You flip through the book of Iron again with the... All the monarchs are pondering the orb. Alright, so we're going way, way down. Why do I get the feeling like a cable's gonna snap and we're just gonna drop the last several floors? Yep. Yep, that's about what I expected. Take a rough ride on the elevator in Amnesia. Yes. Okay. Well, we're here now. Where is here? Don't know.
Come, this way.
What was that?
Forgive me, I should have warned you. One of my responsibilities as a Baron is that of a prison warden. This is where criminals are locked up.
Like a dungeon?
Very much so. Come, don't linger.
Their crime was being full of fear energy that I could torture out of them. Okay. Anything else that we can look around in here at? Yank all this stuff out of the way. Oh. I have to grab the lock separately. Alright. What's our no mementos available? It is super dark down here. Then again, it's not called Amnesia, the light descent. No mementos. Nope. Indeed. What's this? In the box. Interesting that I can actually move that. Is there... Excuse you, why did you put a cockroach crawling, like, on the camera? That is not right of you to do. Oh, well, we have a hammer now. What is the hammer for? I don't know, but... I don't want to use up all my oil, but... like, everywhere in here is just too dark. It is, in fact, hammer time. Let's not. This is fine. We are going insane due to lack of light. So that one's locked. Sanity is not. We do not have sanity at the moment, which is unfortunate. Oops, looking real nice about now. What's up the stairs? Let's not go up the stairs. You like the insanity factor? Kind of reminds you of Green Hell. Interesting. I don't think I've ever even heard of that one. Does laudanum do anything for sanity? Probably not, right? Yeah, just health, not sanity. There is nothing to help us with our sanity besides staying in light, I suppose. Alright, what if... Can't use this item this way? Alright. It's hard to tell if I'm, like, just using it wrong, or if I literally can't do that. Oh, that's not ideal. Box, laudanum. Down here. Firmly locked. Solid metal and in good shape. This is of no use. Okay. I think we're just gonna die to insanity here in a second. We have to keep the light on for our sanity, but also, if he sees us, or if we see him, we lose sanity. If he sees us, we lose health. If we see him, we lose sanity. Also, I have no idea where I'm going. Lock is very corroded and weak. Something else is needed, so we need a hammer and, like, a chisel or something?
Where is she? Where did she go?
No! I won't tell! I'll never tell you!
You're just making things worse. Look, this is no place for a young girl all by herself. She could be hurt or worse. There's no telling what horrors await down there.
I think the dude asking is the horrors. Maybe something like this in the real reason Motel 6 had to keep the light on for us. Possibly, yes. Oh look, a chipper. Excuse you, is that it? Like, it's not progression, it's just lamp oil? Like, don't get me wrong. I need the lamp oil, but I thought that collect these items in order to be able to do a thing was going to be more of a... more impactful as far as, like, plot goes. I see a blood smear on the ground. That doesn't bode well. Heart is pounding, enhanced... Oh, we got some sanity back at some point. Ow! I don't know where I'm going. I've gotten completely turned around in here. I think we're just dead. Goodbye. You have to carry on. Fun fact, we actually don't, because we have reached the end of our 4-hour stream block. Oh, I'm sorry, this is where we load? With the dude staring right at us? Alright, but we have reached the end of our 4-hour block, so it is time for bed, and, well, time for, I'm probably going to snack a little bit and then bed. But, this has been quite the trip. On the plus side, we did manage to keep on keeping on, and not panic or anything, and stick with the game. On the downside, of course, it appears that the game is much too long to complete, excuse me, within one stream block. And it'll be some time before we revisit it. Stream tomorrow? Yes. So, Amnesia King, this is unfortunately the part where I end up disappointing you. So, I'm going to turn some lights back on here. Alright. Okay, so, we are playing Amnesia as part of an ongoing series of gaming through history, where we started the year in 1986, celebrating the fact that I am old, and I started in 1986. And every week, we have moved forward by 1 year. Amnesia was one of the games picked for the year 2010. Unfortunately, this means that I'm not finishing a lot of games, and a lot of them I'm going to have to get back to at the end of the year, because there are more than 40 weeks in a year. So I think the last like 10-ish weeks of the year is when we're going to revisit the greatest hits and try to finish out what games we can. So our normal schedule is that we still devote one stream a week to Dungeons & Dragons Online, which is a game I have played for forever, and it's where a lot of people know me from, because it's the main game that I streamed for quite some time. And we have 2 to 3 streams a week on whatever games are from that week. Now, this past week, technically today we were already supposed to move forward, but with the holidays and some other conflicts and stuff, we didn't get our normal streams in for 2010. So today would have been 2011, but I really wanted to hit Amnesia. So we did. But upcoming for this week, we've got the year 2011. So we have a variety of options here. I don't know exactly which ones I am going to do, but we have a top 4. Outlast, gotta be for 2013. Is it on the list? No, it is not on our short list. So actually, here, let me swap our visuals here. There we go. So, this is on the Discord. It is in the stream suggestions channel, and this is not what we are guaranteed to stream, but this is like what made the short list that I wrote down. So we can, you know what? I'm gonna stop that. I'm gonna zoom that in a little bit. So, potential options. Yeah, unfortunately, Red Dead Redemption did get beaten out for 2010. We did Super Meat Boy and we did Amnesia. We didn't get to the other 3. This is the downside, because we only have 2 or 3 streams a week. This is the short list, but this upcoming week, we will be in 2011, which means that we have a couple options here. We have Space Chem, which I really intend to do because I'm like mixing it up with, we've got some big like AAA titles that were huge for their time, both cultural impact and otherwise. And then there are others that I'd like to mix in a little bit of indie stuff. Some of those games are 40 or more hours for main gameplay. Yeah, that is the downside. So, which is why, for example, that I didn't do actually the others for 2010. Red Dead Redemption, Alan Wake, and BioShock 2 are all very large games that it's hard to have a 4-hour block be meaningful in. Which is why you can see Skyrim here is also tagged similarly as too long/slow of a start. Just like I'm not going to do a stream of Skyrim. That's just not going to work properly. So I do want to do Space Chem. It's sort of like a puzzle-ish game that I never ended up beating. We can do Warhammer 40k Space Marine, the first one, if we want a bit of an action game thing. We also have the options of Portal 2 and Bastion. Bastion is the first game that was released by Supergiant Games. If you don't recognize the name Supergiant Games, you probably recognize some other things they've put out. Hades and Hades 2 would be the big recent ones. But they also did Transistor, which is a beautiful game as well. They also did Pyre, which is kind of like the weird one out, which was still good, but not as good as the others. But that's only because they set a super high bar for themselves. So Bastion, for like how Supergiant Games started out, and is also pretty good on its own. Portal 2, I don't remember exactly how long Portal 2 takes to beat. We did already beat Portal 1 on stream, so it's might be a bit of a redundancy there, although we did hit some of Half-Life and Half-Life 2. So, but I really want to do Space Chem, and the other slot for this week is up in the air. If anyone has any strong opinions on what else on this short list we can hit. Oh, right, you mentioned Outlast for 2013. Let me pencil that in here. So we'll add it to the potential list. And then, of course, we've got Faster Than Light, FTL, which is a roguelike sort of thing. We have the PC port of Dark Souls, actually came out in 2012. We have Borderlands 2. And then we've got a variety of various indie things. We've got Super Hexagon, Botanicula, Journey, Fez, a bunch of this stuff. So 2012 is almost entirely like smaller indie offerings, with the exception of Dark Souls. So, Borderlands 2 as well. But I think we're probably gonna hit more of the smaller ones. We might hit Borderlands 2. I'm a little bit undecided. Stanley Parable is good, especially because I've been led to believe that one is doable in like a 4 to 6 hour block. So that's why that's kind of on the top of the list. Papers, Please, I've heard great things about. Assassin's Creed Black Flag is, of course, very, very well regarded, but again, is very long. Last of Us is episodic, which is problematic. 2017, well, what else is it competing with in 2017? We have Gorogoa, which is a game that I had never heard of before I started doing research for this project. But it looks good. It also has Cuphead and What Remains of Edith Finch. But I will note in Outlast 2, again, just because it's on the list is no guarantee that we will get to it. Just because there are more things here than I will get to. This is just the short list that I will end up picking from. But yeah, so we got Stanley Parable coming up. Assassin's Creed Black Flag is probably too long for us to get to. But of course, all this list could come back later in the year. It's just like when we finally get all the way to 2026, and then the next week it's like, well, shit, what are we doing? We can go back to the list. We can go back to stuff that we already hit and we want to finish. Stuff like maybe Amnesia we want to finish up. But yes, for this upcoming week, it's going to be Space Chem and one of 40K, Portal 2, or Bastion. Don't Starve is also 2013. You know, as much as impactful as Don't Starve has been in the indie scene, I don't think I'm going to add it, mostly because 2013 is already super packed. Like, even if I do 3 or even 4 games from this list, it's like I definitely want to hit the Stanley Parable. I want to hit Rogue Legacy because Rogue Legacy is, I believe, the only game I have on Steam that I have gotten 100% of the achievements on. And not only did I get 100% of the achievements in Rogue Legacy, but several years later, there was an update to the game. They added a new achievement. And then I went back to get the new achievement that they added. Now, I was fortunate. The new achievement was for a type of challenge run, which is like beat the game in fewer than X lives. Rogue Legacy is a roguelite where, you know, every time you die, you can get some power-ups so you do better the next run. The achievement, I think, requires you to beat the run in under 12 lives. I'm pretty sure my first victory took over 80. And my best run took 5. And if you've ever played Rogue Legacy before, that 5 number should impress you, because that is ridiculously low. It would be hard for me to replicate. But yeah, like, there's so many good things in 2013. Slenderman, the 8 pages, 2013. Again, 2013 seems a really crowded year. I'm almost definitely doing these 2, which means I need to fit in one more. Like, actually, let me just edit this real quick. We're just gonna flag this one as probably too long. There we go. And The Last of Us, we'll probably also tag as that. Slenderman Shadows 2012. Again, the problem is, like, it's going to be really hard to compete to get on some of these lists. Shovel Knight has been out for 10 years? Yeah. Shovel Knight 2014. Bayonetta 2 we're probably not doing. Transistor we're almost certainly doing. FNAF we're probably not doing FNAF. This War of Mine. But yeah, like, this is the problem, because there's so many good games on this list. Like 2014, we've got 6 games listed here, and I'm probably only going to get to 2, maybe 3 of them. And I really want to show Transistor. I feel like it is not appreciated enough. So I really want to do that one. And then, like, Shovel Knight is really super well known. This War of Mine has a ton of impact as far as being depressing. Like, there's so much good stuff here. There's Undertale, which had a huge impact. And of course, the new chapter of Deltarune came out within the last couple weeks. So there's that. Just Cause 3 we're probably not getting to. Ori and the Blind Forest and Darkest Dungeon, again. What year is this? Feels like you fell asleep in the 1900s and woke up now. Yeah, no, I'm there with you. But let's see, we've got a lot of stuff in here. We've got a lot more indie stuff in the most recent ones. BattleTech for 2018, Return of the Obra Dinn, God of War, which is technically came out in 2018, but the PC release is 2023. And Celeste. Celeste is good. Siren Head? I have not even heard of Siren Head. Oh, I should probably not open that when I'm doing monitor share, eh? Check what the hell that is. Siren Head is a viral 40-foot-tall cryptid and internet horror icon created by Canadian artist Trevor Henderson. Okay. Interesting. It's horror? Siren Head is the new Slender Man. I thought Slender Man was the new Slender Man. Oh, Jesus. But yeah, we've got... I have already narrowed down the list in order to get to these. Like, pretty much every year has, like, 4 good contenders that I will be picking 2 out of. I don't think Siren Head is going to make the list, though. Like, you said which one is, like, 2020? I mean, Hades, I probably don't need to do Hades again. I do want to do Ori and the Blind Forest, definitely. I don't know about the bigger ones. Sugar-free version is the Splenda Man? Of course it is. But yeah, so if you want to... I am, of course, always up for more suggestions. This is not like a mod-locked channel. This is an open channel. So if you want to join the Discord and drop in more suggestions that I can actually put research into, feel free to do so. As always, I am very open to listening to suggestions, but just because I am listening to your suggestions does not mean I will take it, because, as you have seen from the list, there is a lot of competition. So... I can guarantee I will listen. I cannot guarantee that I will actually do the suggestion. That said, we have been distracted and got to talk a lot. So thank you very much, everyone, for stopping by, for hanging out with our spooky, scary game with Amnesia tonight. It is late, so it is time for snacks and bed. But yeah, something call to action. Like, comment, subscribe, follow, etc., etc., etc. You're on the internet. You've been around long enough, you know what the buttons do. If you want them to do the things they do, then you can click them. If not, I appreciate you being here nonetheless. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out, for chatting, for lurking, for giving opinions, for giving hints when I needed them, for providing history. Because I'm first time in games, I love actually hearing more stuff about them. It's one of the best things I found about this whole thing, is I've gotten to revisit a lot of games that I missed that I never played, which has been really cool. So, we will be ending stream for tonight. We will probably stream tomorrow. We do not have a fixed schedule for which days of the week it is, because when I did have a fixed schedule, I was using it as an excuse to not go to social things. It was just like, oh, well, I would go to that thing that seems super cool and interesting, but it's a stream night, and I don't want to do that anymore. So we have changed our priorities. We still stream usually 3 nights a week, sometimes 4. So if you want to get notified, click the buttons for notifications and all. And yeah, once again, thank you everyone very much, and good night.